Good morning, J-Bug. Good morning, Nathan. What's up? What's up? My. Test, test. Good morning, Sarah. RH is up $12 pre-market. For those of you that were following this, AMRN did open this morning very early. BA 370. What's up, $12? RH Restoration Hardware. PB, good morning. Yankee, good morning. Easy Rider, good morning. Welcome. Tesla 300,000 mile with what? Well, we're gonna get a little bit of a gap up here at the open. And we are open. Ang Abato per good morning. And this AMRN that I'm actually in it. I got it at pre-market, but we are 2350. See what happens with that. Looks like Disney downside, Nvidia pop, ATVI pop, Cat 145, Apple up, everything's up. Teresa's in the AMD 39s for this week. Morning, Bobby. Disney pulling back quite a bit this morning. WWE on this gap hit set off one of my alerts. BA is strong out of the gate here. Still going up at the moment. Drop on Nvidia. And the BMY that we played yesterday is looking pretty good. There's some Apple 265s that came in for today. Looks like those are 70 cents. And let's see what else we got here. Those Disney 146 puts I'm still in. Go take a look at that. And BMY. Repeater bullish. AMD. ATVI is pulling back here. J-Bug, I don't think so. Apple's pulling back. And Cat went the wrong direction this morning. BB7, good morning. Now Apple's pulling back. Said Amazon, I guess, is dropping. Oh, yes it is. What is going on with Amazon? Yeah, BB7, we went through race a couple days ago when Tech was on here. We talked about race and the there was some news, something with the EU, European auto manufacturer tariffs, and I don't know if there's been any anything further on that. All right, so the 8750s that I have, oh, AbbVie took this dip and then bounced back up. I'm going to close out some of those just in case it doesn't clear this open. This AMRN, I thought that was gonna swing. I thought there was a good chance that that thing would squeeze with the high percentage of the float being short. I mean, really high, but it has not. It has not done what I thought it was gonna do. But it doesn't matter what I think. So luckily, I had a good entry pre-market, so I'm down. I lost about $12 on that. And we'll go back and look at race because that's definitely one that I'm interested in. Still in Disney puts, still in cat puts at the moment, which are red today. I've got BA long, but I closed out half that already this morning. And if it doesn't do something here, I'll probably close out the rest of it. All right, Abby, what are you going to do today? What's Alta doing? I want to find something that I can, you know, I love Fridays because there are some of the tickers that are expensive to play, at the beginning of the week. The contracts, carry some premium, quite a bit of premium on them. So I like to look for stuff that, has that chance to buy, a $20 contract with the possibility of it, going a couple 100%. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Let's go look at Roku. Amazon could be interesting. Still a little early for Amazon. Roku still on its way up this morning. Yeah, it looks like, maybe it's getting a pullback here. See if we can get any continuation on that. Be a downside here. So those AbbVie 8750s. What's Disney doing? Getting a little bounce here. Denny, good morning. Yeah, my Roku. I just pulled that one up. Where's it at? Here it is. Yeah. Kramer was pumping Roku too. Um, he was saying the valuation to him makes sense. So I am at the moment, Denny. I'm gonna give it a few minutes here to see if this is gonna continue to pull back. And AbbVie just popped above high a day there. And I still have those 90s, which actually are not. They're actually green now. Let's see. Do, 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 do. And those 8750s are now over 100%. So I'm going to scale out some more of that. And those cat puts. I'm going to cover. Let's see what this next candle gives us. Beast cut over. Yep. Yeah, but I have 90s for next week. I had 90s for this week, J-Bug, and those I dropped. Dude, I've got AbbVie out to, I have January 15th, 2021, $90 calls. I have, let's see. I actually do still have three of the 90s for this. Oh, no, those are next week. I'm looking at three different accounts here. I have AbbVie September 2020 8250s. And I have January 15, 2021. I already called those ones out, the 90s. I have a bunch of AbbVie that I've been holding for a while. But this week's $90 calls I had dumped. So, and I think yesterday I got in the 8750s. I called that out. All right. What's Datadog doing? Datadog looks good. I have one $40 call in DDog that I'm about to sell. Just because it expires today, I don't want to watch it. I got enough to look at. And I'm going to look at BA. And I picked up those February $25 calls in SMPL yesterday for anybody that was here. I'm going to go look at that chart. And I want to look at race. See where race is at here. The only thing about race is it doesn't get a ton of volume. But it does look good. I'm probably not going to mess with it just because the volume is so low. But yeah, the simple I like where it's at on the daily. We looked at this last night. Square's running. I haven't looked at Square yet. And Apple. Let's see what Apple's doing besides. It sounds like it's pulling back. Yep. It is. It's been going straight down since the open. What happens when 34 crosses VWAP to the upside? Usually good things. My. good indication of short-term direction. Well, depending on what time frame, what ticker, what time frame. And CAT still pulling back, so that's good. BA, I like BA upside here this morning, but and yeah, there was that surge this morning on the tick. Now it's at minus 150. I mean, it's, you know, nothing. That's not even anything to pay attention to. You really are just looking for ticks above and below 500. Might get some more downside on Disney here too. And Apple just continuing to fill this gap from the open. Interesting. ZTS. ZTS. I haven't looked at ZTS. But let's take a look. Give me just a minute here. This simple looks good. On daily 115 support. PB, I'm still short Disney from yesterday. I am long BA from yesterday. But let's sell a little more. Let's see what BA is going to do. I closed out half the position on BA. What's that? So simple. It's still. I'm only up 6%. So you can still get into that one if you like it, if it looks good to you. That was the February $25 calls. I paid $211. Those are 215 by 230. I actually really like that play too. And we talked about that one last night. I'm going to post that one in my room. Spec murdered NVIDIA. Nice. Nice. Let's see. Nice. Very nice. ZTS. Let's look at that. So you said ZTS daily 115 support. What's it at? 116.70? What is this? What is Zotis? I don't know anything about this. Animal health giant. January $30 calls in Piton. I agree where it's at on support. I don't know anything about them. Looks like their last earnings weren't great. Took a drop on that, but on the daily, definitely sitting in an area where you would expect to see some support. I don't know anything about them. And Piton, wow. Nice move. So what are they buying? What was the alert? The alert was for the $30 calls out to January for $1. $30 calls out to January for $1. Well, the high on the day at IPO, $27.98. I actually kind of like that. And that was a repeater bullish. I actually kind of like that. And I don't know enough, again, like their financials. I know they're coming out with, what was it, the rowing machine? But I remember when they IPO'd, the concern was their balance sheet. But there is a lot of volume on those January $30 calls. Jenny was talking about Piton. I mean, those calls out to January for $1 are not bad. You're $3 out of the money, so you got $4 in premium, about $4.20 in premium on those though. You took 30. Nice, nice. Are you out to January, Whaler, or what expiration did you get? Let's go see what. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sweeps. The last one above the ask 2 minutes ago on those calls. I like that play. You got in at 70 cents. Nice. Very nice. It's awesome when that happens. When you get in ahead and then it alerts. That rocks. And I added back to this small position in the 375s for this week at 50 cents. 50, 55. I'll give it a shot. See if it can hold above VWAP in the 34 here. You know, if we start taking a drop, I'll get out of them pretty quick. Thanks for the follow, Endless. Let's see. Whaler, I agree. I mean, I love the platform. Love the flow. The insight that we get into what's going on. I love the mods make some amazing plays, and Jenny B is unreal. Yes, Bobby, I picked up the 375s. I don't know how long I'm going to hold these, but we'll see. And I'm going to trim down this short on Cat. I'm going to give it... It rejected VWAP right here, so I'm going to give it just a little bit longer and see if we can go down and break. But it bounced, God, just barely got past low a day there. But it's above the 34 at the moment. Let's see. Those are out to next week, but just seems like it's due. You got BA for this week, J-Bug? Yeah, I'd like to see it hold above VWAP there, ideally above the 34 as well. It's BA, so I mean, I'm going to put it in my room, but I'm going to put it in my room as, you know, BA risky this week's expiration. Not the safest of plays, for sure. What was my fill on BA? I think it was 55. Yeah, 55 cents. Actually, I'll show you what I did. So I had some that I swung overnight. I sold those at 80 cents and bought back in at 55. And AbbVie 88.50. J-Bug, I don't blame you. A lot of times on Friday too, I'll wait until, after lunch, and Cat is not dropping at the moment. A lot of times I'll wait till after lunch because I'll try to find something that that has that volume, that looks like it's got a chance to make an afternoon run. Because just like you said, if it doesn't go in your direction in the first, hour and a half or so, you start getting hit with that decay for sure. So the 89s for AbbVie are still 20 cents. Those will probably get cheaper. Maybe. If we can get another pop here, BA's got a chance to go. Tick is still flat. Trin below 1. Shit, if AbbVie keeps going up like this, though, those 89s are going to get more expensive. The 88s have 30 cents premium on them. So I'm going to drop the 87.50s. I'm up about 140%. So I'm going to get out of those and get into the 88s, smaller size. Let's see if we get a pullback here. Yeah, so I'm out of the 87.50s. And a smaller position in the 88s. But these are paid for at this point. So keep that in mind. There's a pullback on BA. No, Happy Trader Guy. That was AbbVie. AbbVie 88s. I had the 87.50s. I closed them out and I bought just a couple of the 88s. Because there's not much juice on them. 20 cents premium. NVIDIA, Let's see what happens here. And CAT continuing to go up. I'm out of the majority of the CAT puts. You cut CAT it open? Yeah. Yeah, I was watching this pullback to see if this was going to continue. And I still think that, there's a good chance that it pulls back next week. I mean, this is the whole market popped, right? So, all right, let's look at NVIDIA. We're at 203. The 207.50s are 50 cents. Risky. Yeah, I think so too, Happy. I think so too. But who knows? Doesn't matter what I think. Jeez. Somebody in Black Box just got 500% on AMAT. Pretty sweet. And AMRN crawling its way back to 23. That one could be interesting. Also risky, but the $23 calls are about 40 cents. I'm just shocked. I want to see what's the volume on that today so far. What are we looking at here? We got almost 16 million in volume, which is double the average daily volume, but not near what I thought it would see, honestly. I really thought it would. If the short float ratio was correct, I thought it would see some more action. Navi is popping. I think NVIDIA, see if it gets to this 618 and rejects. But if it gets through that, it might go reclaim what it lost. Jeez, Google alert. Yeah, I didn't follow that one. And that happens. You get some of those alerts that don't work out, and you just gotta get out of them. What else did we have on the list? Let's see. BMY is green today. IGT is red, unfortunately. Got into that one, but those are longer dated, way out there. Pins is green today. RH is up $10, $9.50. And AMD is over 39. AMD crazy strong. It's a new day for AMD. All right, let's see what NVIDIA does here at the 786. Stock alert on DGII. I like having this. This is the first time I've had this view up, which is just 8 tickers on the 1 minute. But I should add at least the like the 9 and the 34 to these. I got to keep these. I don't want to add a bunch of stuff to them because obviously these charts are really small. So start adding indicators and stuff and it gets cluttered really quick. Man, AbbVie, whew, still popping. Those 88s are already up 34%. That did not take long. Come on, BA. My. I'm currently in a small position in BA long, 375s. Pretty risky given that it's BA. It can make these, crazy moves. I did take some profit. I swung them overnight and I took some profit this morning. So what I don't have a lot of risk in them. I don't know that I'd be jumping in it now, although, if you were going to, I wouldn't. But if you were going to, maybe that level holds right there, 371.34. Otherwise, you get 370.82 potentially. And I'm in AbbVie. I sold the 8750s and I'm in the 88s. Today's expiration. And this AMRN, I'm watching to see if it gets. We talked about this last night. If that number was accurate, it was showing about 30% of the float being short. And the longer term chart, you can see why. Like it popped to $20 from $2, and so they shorted it. A bunch of people piled on. They had FDA AdCom approval last night. The stock was halted all day yesterday, and I really thought you'd see some intense covering here, but I'm not seeing it. It's done about double its average daily volume so far, and I would have expected to see more than that. Yeah, I was here last night for a while. I typically hang out for an hour or two after the close. And now Apple pushing higher. A lot of dark pool, I guess, came in on SPY and the Qs. You can see that there. You can see the big volume candle here on the Q. That was yesterday and this morning, so I don't know. Maybe this candle here. And I did follow, we had an alert on the Peloton $30 calls out to January. I followed that. But so far, BA is holding VWAP. So we'll see if that continues. FV 8888. Where is that thing gonna stop? You bought puts for BA? Yeah, you can see it. It just crossed under the 34. Still holding above VWAP so far today. Did he buy like YOLO? Did he call it out as like a YOLO play? Something cheap out of the money? Or is he... Yeah, I don't know. $370 puts at 60 cents. Little pop on UVXY to the upside I just heard. And NVIDIA did not clear, didn't even make it to test the 618 there. TTD holding above the 34. Let's see what those are going for. 232. 232.42. The 232.50s are still about $1.90 in premium. TTD actually looking pretty good here on the daily. Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, Bobby, I did get in Piton, some longer dated. I followed that alert out to January. BA definitely 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 4 times here, unable to get above this 372, 372.78-ish. And just failing each time. But right now stuck in this channel. 371.30 up to about 372.85. Testing VWAP right now. And guys, this position is a small position, so you know, I said risky, like this is not something that I would put much into. I'll give it a little time. But you know, it's BA. You can get you could get a $2 candle, $3 candle move to the downside here. You could, you know, also come back all the way down, test the 34 or the 200, and then get a huge pop. It's tough to. It could move. All right, I'm out of BA. Have not hit the button yet, but TGT broke resistance. Nice. I play Amazon sometimes. Grab 300 contracts in what, Simmons? Oh, okay. Gotcha. I was like, what are you talking about? It's a nice little pop there with some volume on ATVI. What is this that's coming in? It's a nice little pop. See if this volume continues. Yeah. Simmons, I think you're not alone. You're not alone in that. I've heard that a few times. There's a pop on BA. Let's go. Get back up there. Get back up there. Apple pulling back again. Never seen so many 30-year-old men. I used to play Call of Duty and loved it, but I haven't played it in a long time. I don't really play. I don't really play many video games anymore. I used to. Used to be a hobby for me. The only games I play now are the ones I play with my oldest kid. That's not true. My daughter plays Just Dance, and I've played that a few times. I'm not very good at it though. Steady bullish on Piton. Another on Piton. Another alert on Piton. What the fuck is that? Like DDR? I don't know. It uses the Kinect, the camera, the sensor, and you're supposed to follow the moves. 28% short on which one? Sorry. Nice. I did follow those 30s. I didn't realize there was that high of a short percentage. Thank you. So I guess Piton like 28% of the float short, and the float's only 44 million shares. So that's pretty cool. I got in the 30 calls. That's January at $1.11. This is a nice move here on ATVI. Really nice. I might have found my YOLO for the day. The 53s, 10 cents away, or 20 cents. Why the drop this morning? Any ideas or anything that caused that? I don't see anything. I don't see anything that caused this 53.40. Where's that? 53.40. Down. Those are 20 cents, so they're still a little, as far as premium goes, like Still a little high for the move that, it might make today. Quite a bit coming in that came in for Piton. I mean, we've gotten 3 alerts. The 30s and the 31s for Piton. That's pretty sweet. What are we looking at? Oh, that Luckin Coffee. So LK is another one that's got high percentage of the float short. Piton, I'm looking at ATVI right now. Interested in that. AbbVie, I'm in the 88s. And I was actually just about to go post that for this week. Still got a little bit of BA. That's about it. ATVI, I'm looking at the 53s for today. I still have, we picked up, what did we pick up? We picked up ATVI February. So I bought the 55s and sold the 60s yesterday out to February. But I'm looking at the 53s for today. They've got about 30 cents on them. It's not too bad. Yeah, Bobby, I bought the 55s and sold the 60s for February on ATVI. I did that yesterday. But right now I'm eyeing the 53s for today at 20 cents. As a YOLO. And I'm in on those. But I consider those to be, like I said, more of a YOLO just because really the break even at this point is like 53.30 or 53.20. I paid 20 cents, so 53.20. So it's got some work to do to get there. I don't know what caused this drop this morning. So I don't know if this was, it had the pop with everything else, came back and filled the gap and held support. So if it can go back and reclaim some of that, those will pay, but they're, I consider it risky because of where it has to get to break even. So this has to continue throughout the day for those to work. And let's see. TTD looks really good today. Bouncing here off VWAP. Now back above the 34. I looked at those. I may have to wait until the afternoon to try to place something on TTD. The 232.50s have about $1.90 in premium on them, which is, still a little high for same day expiration there, but are not this week. Right, the 55s and 60 are the 55s that I bought and the 60s that I sold are out to February. But for the YOLO play, that's this week's 53 call. And LK is still going. Don't know why. What's going on there? But high percentage short float. And low, relatively low float. We're at 24. Not quite 24. These look good. No premium ATVI YOLO. 52.50s. Yeah. I have some 52.50s, but those are still 2 weeks out. So I have some for the 29th. But what is going on here? All right, I got 2 YOLOs for today that I'm in. That's enough. Yep, J-Bug, so far. I'm still holding. It's really small position. Um, but I'm still holding it for now. Nvidia higher low, looking interesting. I got a fill on some LK. I don't expect those to work either, so. And I bought 25. The 25 calls for today at 10 cents. But it's a yellow. Right now I'm looking at Nvidia.
If I still work there, I demand they take it off. It just doesn't work. Second thing I wanted to announce, you high down AMAT. Yeah, AMAT's it's when you pass that old high, it's going to get silly, or already has. But the other thing is, if you are serious about downloading Flow, and I know that Eric's running a small test. He wanted a few people. If you're one of those serious people about downloading Flow and Dartpool, please hit Mel up and let her know. Just send her a DM that says, "Hey, I'm a serious Flow downloader." They're doing a little beta test of some email stuff they're sending out. This is a beta test.
He's talking about, so he came on and said he wanted to make 2 announcements. The first is to ignore Google Put alerts because it never works. And then second is they made an announcement that they're gonna send out the Dartpool and Flow data by email for a few people as a test. Just there's a few people that have asked for it, that sort of thing. So Happy Trader Guy, I'm actually I sent him a text saying that I think with that data we might be able to do something interesting in Power BI. Happy Trader Guy, are you good with Power BI? Okay, Nvidia's gonna go here. Look at that little pop there over. I'm kind of liking it. Yeah, Happy Trader Guy, if you're good with Power BI, look at Nvidia push. Okay. Yeah, let's talk about that. Because I think there's some stuff that some interesting things that we could do. Denny, I'm not entering. I'm not adding to that position. But I have a small position in cat puts out to next week. that for now I'm going to hold on to because it is due for a pullback. ATVI 53.20 already. So those $53 calls are now up 50%. That I literally just got in. $3.3 million in SPY dark pool, I guess. Go take a look at ATVI if you haven't looked at it yet this morning. I picked up some this morning just a few minutes ago, and they're already up about 60%, but it's worth taking a look at what it's doing this morning. I picked up NVIDIA 205 calls for this week, which I posted in my mod room. But those are screaming. Thanks, Bobby. And AbbVie not continuing at the moment. So I'm going to scale back on that. I'm going to give it to 80. What are we at? 80.49. I'll give it to 88.40. We got to give it one more candle. 88.36. You sold your ATVI calls? I mean, they're 20 cents. They were 20 cents when I got them. I'll take a little profit along the way and let a few ride. All right, BA, let's go. So NVIDIA popped above resistance. I want to see that hold as support to see if we get any continuation there on those 205s. So you went 20 to 33. Hey, that's awesome. That's awesome. Nice, quick profit. I like it. And right now, it looks like it's kind of flagging here on the 1 minute. Took a little off the table here at 29. Just in case it doesn't continue and it decides to pull back. Like that. And I'm also, let's see, I'm going to sell the 5250 next week just because they're in the money. And I have those longer dated calls. But I'm still going to hold some of these 53s for today. Nice pop on NVIDIA. Let's keep going. Coming up on that 618 right now. If we can get through that, this thing has a good chance to continue this move. Let's see what it does. What is going on with Kern? We talked about this one last night. KERN. Did they have something? Do they have something going on? There you go. Come on, give us another green candle right there. Let's get a push. Somebody kick that in the ass and get it up over that 618 NVIDIA. Cat rejecting again. Yeah, it certainly is right there, 159.29-ish. But, I mean, it's higher lows here. You got double top. It may pop through that. See what happens. It's not looking weak enough yet. But come on, NVIDIA, push. Push. TTD. Kern had earnings. Okay. Like, what is going on here? What is this all about? Kern has had a tough go lately. I mean, down here, $3 on the 14th. And I talked about them last night because I actually like what they're doing. But cheapo piece of shit right now, right? Another roulette bearish on Goog, which Charlie says ignore. Alta, what's Alta doing? I haven't looked at Alta today. 244. Yeah, Alta could be interesting here above 240, 245-ish. Could get interesting. Okay, NVIDIA rejected that 205 at the moment. But as long as this holds as support right here, then we've broken through resistance. We want to see that hold as support, which it did here. But let's see if we can get some continuation. And ATVI now 53.33. And those 53s are now, where are we at? Where'd I put those? 92%. Almost 100% on those. I mean, that's a nice move right there. Almost, Bobby. Almost. Hasn't quite completed, but yeah. Looks good. Yeah, I really wanted to see this hold as support here on NVIDIA. And now it's broken that 204.29 is what I wanted it to hold. Give it just a little room here. But yeah, it rejected that 618. Now you could potentially get, a deeper pullback. If it breaks this 204, maybe that 203.50 acts as support, but let's see what it does here. I want to give it a candle or two just to see what's going to happen. BA moving back up after that pullback. If you're not feeling it, don't sit in it. There's no reason to sit in it if you don't like it. There are other things to play. All right, ATVI pulling back a little here. See what she's gonna do. And Cat still at the moment rejecting that 145.29. We all want it to pull back, but doesn't mean it's ready. All right, I'm going to stop watching Apple for a moment. Little tick up in UVXY, I'm hearing. So let's pay attention to that. Now we're getting a little pop on NVIDIA there. And that's why we gave it just a little time, just to see if it's going to continue. All right. And those are up about 30% now. %. So I will start closing out just a little bit, scale out of this. And I filled 141. Fraser Sebastian, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Thank you. I don't think she's done, but just taking some profit off the table there. And ATVI, those 53s. are up about 70% currently. Take a little more off on that one. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Vince, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, nice pop on NVIDIA. Nice pop. All right. Selling a little more on that pop. Just paying off the contracts that I have. Trying to pay that position down. Get as close to free as possible. So that fell. Oh, it didn't fill. That went in as a limit order. All right. That filled at 174 from 115. I still don't think it's done. I mean, look at all the volume coming in here. But like I said, just paying that position down. Another pop. Yeah, PB. We just murdered NVIDIA. Still currently murdering NVIDIA. $207.46. Maybe a little here, 207.20, but we're going up. You got the 382 at 207.48, so yeah, that coincides. Good, PB. Glad you caught that. That trade played out nicely. And a little more. I just sold a little more, 208. Easy Rider, yeah, I am. 205, 206 for reshort. Possible 200 break on NVIDIA later in the day. Yeah, you might get a chance to do that. Thank you, Ty. You know, I don't know. Let's see. No, he's not. I'm going to take a little of this AbbVie off. On this pop. Same concept, just trying to pay down the position. And I filled at 78 cents from 61. XJ. 200 MA on the 30 minute. Thank you. Nice push on AbbVie. Keep going, keep going. Let's go break 89. That would be sweet. JPM cup and handle on 5 minute. Give me a second. I'll look at JPM in a couple of trades at the moment. Currently in AbbVie, ATVI, and NVIDIA. Go NVIDIA. Yes, go NVIDIA. I agree. Those are over 120% now. So we got 100% on NVIDIA. We got 100% on ATVI in the last, what, half hour? And even those AbbVie 88s, 20%. Not too shabby. And BA, nice pop. I think those are going to end up working out too. We can look at PayPal. And yeah, cat has not stopped. Just keeps going. BA 372. Come on, get up above. There you go. There's a pop above resistance. Very nice. Very nice. BA just popped above the turtle line on the 1 minute. Not sure about AbbVie here and what it's going to do. I'm going to sell some more of these 88s just in case it does not. I don't like what it's doing right now. It could run into the close, but those are currently green, so I'm out most of them. From 61, that fill. Have not filled yet. If this can act as support right here, I'll let them sit a little while longer. I just don't like this high lower high here. So let's see what it does. Little pop on UVXY, so something to definitely keep in mind. All right, I'm gonna sell a little more NVIDIA just in case the market decides to pull back. And they're over 100%, so just want to lock in the gains. Trimmed off a little more, so that filled at 240. Let's see, that fill was at 240. And NVIDIA is above the 200 MA. Perfect. Well, what I have left, I've got green locked in, and that position's paid for, so I can now feel comfortable giving it a little bit more. See what it does into the afternoon. We may get a pullback here. And look at ATVI, 53.40 now. Very nice, very nice. And I did pick up a little more BA here. This pop through resistance, holding support. That'd be what you're gonna do. All right. I took a little more off on ATVI just because it's over 100%. And that filled at ATVI 41 cents from 20. I'll take it. Now I'm playing for free. ATVI just continues to push there. Nvidia pulling back now. The first real pullback since in the last 30 minutes. So now we want to see that hold. And some sell volume coming in. Next line of support that you would look for, right about there, 204.84. JD beat earnings, not sure if any interest. It's just the China exposure is what concerns me with JD right now. Definitely interested in it. We can go take a look at it. Thanks for the follow, Warm Popsicle. And Disney pulling back quite a bit here. Disney about to break low a day. At 145.26. And our 146 puts are looking good. 145, huh? And there's not much premium on those, which is kind of nice. 20 cents? 30 cents a premium? Master Tomasito, no, that was yesterday. That was yesterday. And NVIDIA, let's see. I'm going to get out of you. I'm not liking what it's doing here. Let's see. See if this level can hold. Bobby, I've been using those for a while. I like them. Let's see if NVIDIA can hold this support right here. PB, I'm watching this 204.84. Let's see if and we're getting a nice bounce off that. Oh, thanks, PB. Way to take one for the team. You would wait to enter here on what calls? NVIDIA? I'm already in, right? I haven't. Still in a little bit of that. BA fighting with 34, yeah. Looks weak. What was that little ding? GNTX? No, that was an old one. Picked up a couple AMRN YOLOs since I'm out of most of the other ones. And I got the $24 calls. I doubt those are going to hit. But maybe we get a short squeeze this afternoon. Not too worried about them. Actually, not worried about them at all. But be alerts and JBuck. Look at AbbVie. Almost 89. So AbbVie, those 88s are now up 60%. Don't be afraid to take that profit coming up here on where we got knocked down before, but I am currently still in BA. But if it doesn't get back above that 372.87 right here, sitting above the 34. Hey Bobby, I don't know if you've used this, but the templates, the indicator templates are cool too in TradingView. So like if I just want to put the 34 and the 9 EMA on all these charts, I can save this somewhere as a template. PayPal is sitting at strong point of support. Yeah, Bobby, no problem. All right. So the AbbVies are up about 50%. Oh no, that's next week's. This week's are up 60%. 66. $140 sitting at $189. I'm not sure I understand that. Fell. Yeah, it did. PayPal did fall. Yeah, no worries. Easy Rider. I was wondering if you were talking about level 2. So were you saying there was a bunch of shares sitting at 89 on the ask? All right. Now we're up about 70%. Gotcha. Let's get our hat trick. 300 percenters this morning would be awesome. Since layouts are how this screen is arranged, right? Indicator templates are like I just showed you. I saved the 9 EMA, the 34 EMA, and I have volume on this chart. So I save that as a template. I can go to any other chart and I can apply that template so it adds the same indicators with the same settings. Now we're 77%. Come on, give us... Now I'm just being stubborn because that would be 300 percenters this morning. Yeah, since I tend to change between layouts and stuff, but like this layout, if I just want to, instead of having to manually add the 34 and the 9 to each one of these charts, I'll just save it as a template and then throw it in there. Okay, BA is a piece of shit at this point. And I'm out. It'll probably bounce right back up, but I'm just not... Well, if this doesn't hold, I'll cut it. What is the UVXY doing? Nothing really. Okay. Whaler, thanks. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend. Yep, I'm out. No more BA for me today. It can do whatever it wants to do. I don't care. And we got Trump speaking again today, I think. What else we got here? Let's see. That was quite the pullback there on ATVI. 20 cents. And for anyone interested, AMD, which is normal for AMD on a Friday, has no premium on the 38s, 77 by 80. It's like a nickel. The 38 calls. The 39 puts, depending on which way you want to go, 34 by 35 cents. So you could play this either direction for almost no premium at all. Okay, some bad headline on Boeing. United Airlines, I think, said they were extending the 737 cancellations till March 2020. So, see if that has any impact on it at all. PayPal got a little bounce there. I want to see what AMD is going to do. Again, there's no premium on those contracts. There goes ATVI. The 38 calls. Was it the 38s? I think it was the 38s. The 38 calls are less than 80 cents. You're at 38.72, so there's almost no premium on that. And the 39 puts are under 40 cents, so very little premium. So either direction, you can play this thing for next to nothing. Might see a pop here with this drop on UVXY. Pop on the SPY. Q's getting a little love. Denny, it is. It is. It's just not ready to give up yet. Yeah, Alta could get interesting today towards the end of the day. I mean, it had this big pullback, and now we're right back at it at high day. Not a ton. It doesn't look like there's a ton of action yet. Disney maybe down the bottom. We'll see. The 245s on Alta for today aren't bad. At $1. But not, not a ton of volume since this morning. But that was a $5 drop and a $5 bounce. And there's a little pop on Disney. And some more. All right, I'm out of that short position on Disney. If that would have rejected again, I would have held it, but it's now through. And just above the 34. Let's go look, and of course BA is bouncing. Let's see what we got here. Denny no plays, very cautious. I think red day yesterday got me tripped. It'll do that. It'll do that. That it does that to me as well. If I get, a couple of red trades in a row, then it's like, all right, I got to, reevaluate because I'm not seeing things the right way, and I tend to be a little more cautious. when that happens. After you get another push back over 89. And NVIDIA, I don't like what I'm seeing there. Close. Yeah, I'm not liking it. I mean, it's still holding here, but I'm just going to take my money and run on those. And I just picked up a 25-cent YOLO in Ulta. And let's see. And BA is dropping. Let's go take a peek at that. Oh yeah. So it does not, at least at the moment, like that, potentially that headline that United is extending the cancellations till March. Hello? Junk. See if TTD is cheap enough to play yet. I'll probably wait until after lunch at this point. Yeah, there's still a little bit. Still a little bit of juice on those. Disney rejected that 145.45. Amazon bounced back nicely. Just above VWAP there. Double bottom there, 1745. Right now the resistance, heaviest resistance right here, 1758-ish. If it clears this, gets through 1751. So far rejecting. There's the rejection on Amazon. That's 1750, 150. Couldn't get through it. Cat broke out. Yep. Danny, we talked about that one. Thinking triple top. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Not, I mean, the trend for the day is just up. And AbbVie double top here, 89.11. If it breaks the 34 to the downside, it could get a pullback here. AMD is flirting here with support. I'd like to get a decent sized pullback on AMD and try to take it long, but right now, it's not looking like it's ready to bounce. So we'll see. RH. Strong all day so far. Above the 34. Might be interesting this afternoon after lunch. What's that one do? And Teresa, I did something like that with Pete, where I just had him. I connected to a Zoom meeting, and he was sharing his screen through Zoom, and I plugged that into the Twitch stream so that his stuff, he could share his screen without having a full setup to stream to Twitch. So if we want to do something like that, we certainly can. Uh, you can, yeah, you can certainly do that. You can do whatever you want. But yeah, what Tally just said, Zoom limits the participants, which is the same problem we had with the desktop, with the screen sharing here in Discord. You have limited participants, but with Twitch, there's no limitation. Okay. Certainly. EA contracts going for 16 by 19. Yeah, blame the girlfriend. One contract. I mean, I'd probably give it till, see if any volume comes in after lunch. Yeah, I mean, you've got it, what, 16, $18. It's up to you. See if it can get above VWAP here. If it rejects VWAP, you may see some more downside. They did have a headline. United Airlines not resuming 737 flights until March 2020. So that could have something to do with it. But you're kind of on hopium at this point with it. So it just kind of depends on you. Like for me, $16, I'd hope that I'd keep it as a YOLO in case something good comes out and it pops. But and that's definitely your call on how you want to play that. If you want to keep your 16, $18, or do you want to let it ride? And I had cut mine a while ago, but right now it's under the 34, or it's under it's under VWAP. It's under the 200. It's struggling right here with the 34 EMA and the 80 EMA. So it may roll over here and just kind of keep going that direction. I don't have enough confidence in this either direction right now to play it. But right now it looks weak. Ooh. Sorry about that. There's that rejection on Disney. Microsoft. All-time highs. RH is up $14 today. AbbVie's struggling up here at 89.11. Look at this pullback coming in on CAT. And Denny, they faked you out there with that breakout. You still in? Good. Good. They're messing with you. If AbbVie pops here, we could get another nice little run. But it's got to get through this resistance. AMD looks like it's gonna try to do something. Potentially. And I'm out of the 88s on AbbVie into the 89s. A lot cheaper. Taking the profit off the table. Yeah. YOLO play, J-Bug. I would not. I don't know. I mean, it made this $5 drop and then bounced $5 and got back above a couple areas of resistance here. It's a crapshoot. So it's I don't have any confidence, in it. Like I said, it YOLO. And AbbVie, the 88s I closed at $1.06. They're now $1.11 by $1.16. So you could get a better fill on those. But I got out of the 88s and into the 89s. $108. Yeah, it is. I'm watching Disney. And there's a rejection on AbbVie. See what it does. Ooh, there's a drop on Disney. What's going on? Do we have, what are the Qs doing here? No? No big pullback on SPY. Wait a minute. We're up here. Just a little bit. Ooh, Disney, what are you gonna do here? Thank you. Welcome back. $145.30. Yeah. I can. Sure. Disney is low a day. Yep. PB, yes. Yep. I am aware there's a few seconds delay with Twitch. Breaking news, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. Oh, Jesus, that is not breaking news. Not even gonna repeat it. And AMD making a nice little move here. Pay attention to that. You got the 8 or the 9 EMA cross through the 34, and it's currently above the 9. The 9 EMA. And those contracts, I was talking about this on Twitch. Friday expiration on AMD does not carry a lot of premium. So I'm in the 38 calls right now for 73 cents. They're going 73 by 76, but you also have to get, a little bit of a move here to make anything on those. Yep. Qualcomm alert. JBug. I mean, start with the 34 EMA. and like the 8 or the 9 EMA on shorter time frames, like on the 1 minute, and there's a drop on AMD. Pulled right back to under the 34. Let's see what it does here. Cat at an interesting spot here for the day. And actually your BA now looking a little stronger. Whoever was in that one, J-Bug. Holy cow, Microsoft is almost 150, 149.59. That is bananas. Maybe Twilio push for 100 with high day break. We can look at Twilio. And Bobby, I got out of the. I was in the 88s, and they were over 100%. So I got out of those, and I just picked up a couple 89s. To see if this is going to continue or not. And literally, as soon as I got them, it pulled back. But I mean, I've taken quite a bit of profit off the table on AbbVie today. So, yeah, for this week, just they're risky, smaller position. Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, I'm not expecting those to hit. Go Disney. Go, go, go. A little more downside on Disney. else we got here? Diggins just said he was playing lift. They're playing this week's 4250s. Quite a bit in the 42s and the 4250s in lift for this week. Quite a bit coming into lift. Let's see. Shells, yeah. I can look at that. DD. Kind of like it here for next week. Maybe grab 70 call. Okay, volume on 70 call. OI 100. Okay. That's stupid. Let's see this area right here. What are we at? 68.74. That's 69.10 down to about 65. Maybe a little, yeah, about 65.55 being a pretty key area. You know, in the 30-minute, you can see it's support 68.66-ish. You're under the 200 MA on the 30 minute. VWAP 34 just above. What's it doing on the 5 minute here? Yeah, Chelsea. I mean, this was decent drop today, huh? What? So they had earnings last month or what? Yeah, 31 October. And they missed. I might go out, maybe a little longer than a week, but you want to give yourself some time to make sure that this is going to hold. Maybe, I mean, this is the 5 minute. Maybe let it get above out of this. I mean, you're talking 70 calls, so you're buying, pretty close to the money. Let's look at the daily. Messing with the 34 here. On the daily, you can see where that's been resistance, right about where it's at, the 68.57-ish. So maybe that will act as support. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Yeah. I can see what you're looking at here. My only concern is that if you see where it has pulled back up here around 74, and the last couple times that it hit this 74, where did it go? Down to the bottom of this channel at 65. So that would be my concern, is that if this repeats itself, you could see this back down in here at 65. Because of that reason, I probably would not be playing it. If you can get it down here, 65, 50, 66, then it becomes interesting to me. But I don't like the risk in it pulling back down to the bottom of this channel. It may hold and go back up, but if you're looking at the trend, you might see 65. I'd say if you can get back up here, above 69.50 or so, then it could get interesting, for a run up to 73 or so. Something like that. See what Disney does, but there's a rejection right there off the 34. Pilot, what's up? How's your Friday? Hopefully good. Good, Pilot. Really good. It's been a great day. Yeah, we played ATVI. I'm still in a little bit of that. It's up over 100%. We played some NVIDIA. We caught this bounce here. Did well on that. And we did well on AppV. Oh, wow. What is LK doing? Look at LK, almost 25. I am. Yankee. Like I said, that was a lotto ticket. So I am not paying close attention at the moment. And I just sold a couple of those LKs that I picked up this morning. About 75% gain. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was a lotto ticket. Forex on Awanda. I have not traded Forex. Pilot, you can. You can. I traded S&P E-minis for a while. Yeah, thanks, Pilot. Appreciate that. Keep an eye on NVIDIA right here. It could get interesting. Thanks, J-Bug. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a good week. It's been a good week for sure. Mean reverter, no, not anymore. I mean, like I said, I was playing those because there was no premium. You still can, because there's no premium on them. But when this move didn't continue, I hopped out. Time for yeah. Yep. I'm watching this on ATVI at the moment. I'm currently short Disney, but if it pops above the 34, I'll get out. All right, you might get some more. See if you can get some more momentum on Cat. And Disney's dropping. All right, EW. Oof, had some news. Apparently some faulty medical equipment. BA having a hard time breaking. Yeah, it has all day, J-Bug. Huge drop on CMCSA? I don't know. I haven't looked at the news. But yeah, obviously I see my actually I'm gonna get out of those calls just because they're still green. I don't know what's going on with it. Um, yeah, about $1. I don't really know. Nice on PayPal. Nice. Well, this popped right back up pretty quick. Look where it found support. There was so I think we talked about this yesterday when that BA news came out. Um, there's a news bot says U.S. FAA administrator says the 737 Max under ungrounding does is not done via a schedule or calendar, and that the agency fully controls the approval process. That's kind of funny. And obviously, EW did not give a shit about that news. So let's go look at BA. BA getting a drop here. Just seeing what BA is going to do here, if we're going to continue to the downside or if it's going to do what EW just did and drop and get it all right back. AMRN 2360. The NBA bounced right back. So far, it's at the 34 EMA here. Look at AMD clawing right back. Hello? Garbage. I'm going to step away for just a minute, take a little break. I haven't gotten up from the computer here since I started this morning. So I'm just going to take a quick, 3-4 minute break, and I'll be back. Oh yeah, sorry, Anki, I forgot to unmute. This EHTH is interesting. Uh, got the 21 EMA crossing up through VWAP on the daily. It's up $3 today. Earnings is out of the way, so they've already reported. Really like to get a pullback on it, but it looks pretty good. NVTA, very interesting. I can look at NVTA. I've played that in the past. There was something about that one that I didn't like, but I can't remember what it was. A lot of hedge funding filing increased stake in this name. Okay. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I'll take a look. ATVI got another pop, I see. Nice. These are kind of expensive a month out. I was looking at the 85s and they're 310 by 340. Kind of like those. I don't know if I want to buy it today since it's up $3, $4. And NVTA, let's go look at that. Maybe. NVTA. $19. They launched an app on Apple today. I kind of like it. You just bought Commons though? Okay. I You can get the $20 calls a month out, or a dollar. That doesn't seem too bad. Expect support 1780-ish. Gotcha. Okay. Good to know. Thank you. Longest long. Right on. All right, Alta, we're gonna get a little push here. I need to take a glance at PanW. What's it doing? 246.90. I'm gonna get out of those 245s. Keep an eye on the medical companies. I don't know, Trump said something about reform having a tremendous impact on healthcare pricing. Watching. Cat still holding up. BA didn't care about that news. Gotcha. Thanks, Anki. I'm going to, pull up the AAL chart real quick. They're buying the 31s. Interesting. I mean, I've got it on the 5-minute bouncing. It bounced and found support about the same place that it was at resistance late last month. But on the daily, I got it below the 34. I've got everything kind of curling down on it a little bit. Looks much better on the 1-minute. Huh. Their next ER is in January. Maybe that's why you said they were buying out to March. Oh, February. That would make sense. Yeah. So you can see it's at an interesting area on the daily. I'm not going to follow it, but I can see this, 20, where are we at? 29. This area around 28 up to actually about 2850 up to about 29 being long-term support. Uh, like October 2014, it was an area of support. And then again back in 2016, it was an area of support. And then a few times this year, it's kind of reacted right in this area. So that leading into ER, very interesting spot. Actually, and this was an area of support back in 2006, again 2007. What are they? Go price those out because that actually is. It's in an interesting spot. I can throw up the chart too. Yeah. Anki, I don't even have to look at it. I can tell you I like XLNX. The issue that I have with it is the extreme China exposure. That will be when all this stuff, if any of this stuff gets settled, when the dust settles, that's the first name that I'm going to go look at. Because I think it has just been beaten and kicked and beaten. And I am watching. Trump is currently speaking about healthcare. Trump reiterates they will be carrying out major middle income tax cuts. John Lynch leaving Amazon Studios. Yep, J-Bug. Even on that headline that came out that the FAA put out, it didn't. It took a little drop and then bounced right back up. And Cat is slowly breaking down. And LK just keeps going. 25.69. Yeah, that's what it seems like, regular barbecue guy. Are they in the money? Are they trying to exercise, Banky? Okay. Yeah, you kind of get some of that late in the day on Friday for sure. All right, I just locked in some of that LK that I bought this morning. Over 400%. That is not the one that I expected. Actually, a lot of them hit, but that was crazy. Mel, was it you that was talking about LK this morning? Or was that Jenny B? I I just closed out a portion of the position I bought this morning in the 25 calls, a little over 400%. So whoever that was, thank you. I guess UNH is cranking. What else we got going on? EMD looks to be taking a drop. BA, maybe, finally. taking a drop. And ATVI just nice move today. So quite a bit of flow into those AAL 31s out to March, and they're not real expensive. Oh, they were February AAL 31s, which do catch ER. I'm going to follow that flow. I don't expect to hold them that long, but those aren't bad. Target raised to 29. Nice. Thanks, Bobby. All right. We got about an hour and a half left. Yeah, I bought some AMRN November 15, 24 calls at 7 cents, expiring today. They're doing well. I need to go back and take a look at it to see kind of where it's at. Oh, yeah. I'm wondering when the squeeze is really going to start. Because there was a lot of short interest in this one. I got the 15s or the 24s for today, and I paid 7 cents for them this morning. They're showing 11 by 20. they're still pretty cheap, right? But I don't know what's going to happen here if we get a big drop or something. Ooh, that was a nasty candle on an AbbVie. But I do also have a small position in commons that I really was just playing in case we saw this, this thing really start to squeeze. But I don't think it's happened yet. And it may not happen, right? But there is a lot of short interest in this ticker. Looks like AbbVie may be getting ready to take a drop here. We'll see, but kind of looking like maybe. Hour and 20 minutes left. Sarah, correct. Yeah, that news came out yesterday, and the stock was halted all day yesterday. All right, nice bounce off the 34. Let's see what it's going to do. You going to keep going? ATVI looks like it's going to keep going for now. LK now 26.29. Jeez. Kern is now 630. All right, I'm up 800% on LK. Oh, that's crazy. Beast today. No, barbecue guy, it wasn't. It was one that we talked about this morning on Discord. I guess they had some decent news. Their earnings were good, so that's out of the way. And high short float, decent size, short interest. Thank you. I like Marvel. Marvel January calls. I mean, it's up 20%. Crazy. UNH paid 1,000%. Nice. Nice. December 6/29's work. And AbbVie touching 89. Can we get a move? This EW, crazy strong. Did not give a damn about that news. And regular barbecue guy, you can play work. I don't play it. That's one of those that I'm just not a huge fan of Slack. And I won't really play it either direction. I think they're a buyout candidate, potentially. So I won't short it. But I'm not really playing it long just because I think that Teams has been taking market share from them. You can still play it, play the chart. I'm just not playing it. All right, and ATVI I've closed out most of the position already. All right. I am down to 2 contracts on ATVI in these 53s. Yeah, I'd be getting a pullback here. AMD still pulling back. Jesus, LK. Amazon's dumping. That's what I'm hearing. All right, there's my 1,000%er. J-Bug, first thing this morning, quite a while ago. And I called it out. I said I threw out an offer. I picked up those, the 26, what did I get? 25 calls. I think I paid 15 cents for them. Yeah, Amazon is not happy at the moment. So I sold some. Let me go back to my orders here. Symbol LK. $1.29 and $1.10. I sold some. Come on, Alta. Come on, Alta. You can do it. This is retarded. Huge candle on Peloton, I'm being told. Yep. Peloton looking pretty good. I don't know about huge candle, but just sold another one of those LKs. I'm just kind of shaving them off, taking profit off the table. But this thing is, I'll probably look to hold what I have. I'll give it a little more time and see if this is going to continue. But it's now all-time high. I think when we talked about it this morning, I don't remember what the float on this is, but I think it's pretty low. $36 million OS, so super low. Can't get any short data on it. Not from StockBot. Anyway. EW continuing to push higher. Let's go, Abby. Back over 89, please. It's a nice move there on AMD. MRN 2438. Crazy. Sounds like J&J got a favorable, reduced the amount they owed on that opioid case, I'm guessing. Look at everything getting a little pop here. And not BA. That's interesting. See some green candles kind of across the board. Not BA yet. Fucking okay. Oh, jeez. Okay, now it's dropping pretty quick. Time to be careful. I'm down to one contract on LK. See if it gets a bounce there on the 34 or not. Peloton's at 28. All right, come on, AbbVie. You're the only one that's not playing J&J Spike. Yeah, they had some news that they reduced like the settlement amount or something. Is what I heard. Big spike, big pullback, but 500. Yeah. I mean, really, what's 100 million to them? Doesn't seem, I don't know. BA popping again. Drop on Nvidia there. AMRN squeezing now, it looks like. Oh man. Yeah, sir, I saw that. And I was just saying, like, but what's $100 million to them? Like, how big of a deal is that? I don't know. And that's honest. Like, I have no idea. I think it's like a quarter. Exactly. Like, maybe it pushes the stock up like crazy. I have no idea. Sounds like Peloton is still pushing. Ooh, nice. Nice. God, what a day. Yeah. Sarah, this is this has been quite. This is the first. I'm almost there. This will be the first time I locked in 300%ers this morning. I got about 1,200% on LK, and I'm almost at 1,000% on AMRN. It's ridiculous today. So this may be the first time I've gotten 2,000%ers on two different tickers in the same day. Thanks, Hanky. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. And Master Tomasito, like when I called these out, I called out LK when I got in it, right? Got lucky on it. AMRN, I got in this morning. They had that news. Both of these were highly shorted. Sarah, I don't even know if I'll trade on Monday. How about that? This is crazy. And I called out I didn't call it out. It was an alert, but I followed the Peloton $30 call. Those are up 40%. It's been a hell of a day. Thanks, PB. I appreciate it. And hopefully there's some people in here that made some money off some of these. I mean, we had ATVI for over 100% this morning. What else did we? There was 3 of them. I don't even remember what they were. We had those ABBV 8750s went for over 100. Sorry, Happy. Yankee, you got it. I mean, I'll still be here. I just don't know if I'm gonna trade. Like, I don't want to, jinx anything. And now we're getting some pullbacks. Alta, ATVI, Disney pullback, decent sized pullback there on Nvidia. AMD's getting a pullback. We got some red coming in, and I don't know where it's coming from. Nothing on SPY that I can see. Little pullback on the Qs, but nothing big. Nothing going on with UVXY. So thanks, BB7. Appreciate it. Yeah, Sarah, probably. I mean, some of these have made, really, really nice moves today. So it's not surprising. Nvidia is continuing to drop here. Interesting. And that's kind of ugly. Let's see. There could be a capital war between the U.S. and China. I see a headline on that. Looks like. Maybe that has something to do with it. Taking a little off this Piton. Just they're up 50%. So I don't want to lose that if the whole market decides to take a shit at the end of the day. All right, sold a little bit of that. Peloton, 110 to 150. I mean, I expected to swing that Peloton longer. I am going to. But, I mean, when something's up 50%, even if you're planning on holding it longer, might as well take some profit. Be dumb not to. God, and EW. They got that bad news. Took this drop and just cranking. Yeah, it's been a great week. It's been a great week. No complaints. You don't have to do a lot of trading, right? Just good trading. Yep, nothing wrong with that. At all. Trupp? I don't know what Trupp is. What's Trupp? All right, ATVI had this sell-off, this little sell-off. How much are those now? That might be an end of the day YOLO. We're at 53.39. And those are 35 by 43 now. Trupanion. I don't know anything about them. I've never heard of that company. The end of the day here is going to be very interesting because the market's just been green. You know, and if big money isn't willing to leave that risk on the table going into the weekend, we could get some sell-off. Well, right now the MOC isn't bad. Pull back there on AMRN. About 40, 50 cents. And what's AbbVie doing? Because I've still got, yeah, we're getting a pullback here on AbbVie a little bit too. I think I've got the 90s for next week. And I'm gonna scale that position down significantly because those are up nice. I don't need to risk them. Yeah. In fact, I probably will not swing that. I'll probably just wait till Monday and see what's going on. BA getting a little drop here. Nvidia's still going down. AMD's still going down. Now I need BA to go down. Hello? I swear. Let's see. Healthcare was the leader today as far as the sectors go. AMRN. What are you going to do here? Still seeing some pretty good bid support. But they're moving it down. Moving LK down a little bit too. Profit taking, I assume. Peloton 28.79. Peloton is a low float. So keep that in mind, that when that rug pull comes, it can be drastic. If it comes, it can happen quick. Red candles across the board coming in. Let's see if we get an end of the day drop. Come on, BA, give up that 370. Thoughts on Alta swing? I like Alta BB7. I do. How long are you thinking about swinging it? Because if I go back to Alta and I look at it, did this once before. It made it all the way up here to 260 and pulled back down. I like it. I've been looking at it for an entry long term. I'd like it to be just a little higher, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know about an Alta swing. Those contracts are pretty expensive. Yeah, go look at the contracts. The contracts carry a little bit of juice on them. And fucking those AAL 31s don't look like they're working at the moment. Lots of time on them, but 5%. Eh. Yeah, I like Alta, down here. The contracts are pretty expensive. So I don't know if it's worth swinging it over the weekend. Regular barbecue guy, I would say, man, anything under, really anything under like 100 million, I would consider to be a pretty low float. When you start getting under 50 million, it's like, damn, that's really low. And then when you start talking about something, under, I think, is it Peloton that's like 50 million share float? You start talking about something with a low float that has a lot of short interest in it. Those things can move. $38 million. Yeah, and I think I heard it was like 9% short or something. Or maybe more than that. But I want to say that was the number that I heard. And then you have a setup for something that really can make a move. And AMRN just dropping now. $28 short, yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's gives you the potential to make, a decent sized move on good news. That's what got me into this AMRN this morning, which has more shares in the float. It's not tiny, but high short percentage. Good news and some mild price target upgrades. That's actually not too bad, BB7 for Alta. I just don't know that I want to swing it. I'm not convinced yet. I mean, BB7, if you like it, man, don't let me stop you. I mean, I like it. There's no doubt about it. I like that it stayed, above this EMA 8 on the daily. It did break through, slightly break through the 34 there. So I like that. Disney dropping. Come on, BA, participate. You don't need to be a loner out here by yourself holding up. Take a drop already. This Piton must be dropping. Yes, it is. So it's come down almost $1, 28.80 to 27.80 ish. BB7, I really don't either. Most of the time it's like, I should have just waited till Monday to see what it was gonna do. But with everything taking a dip, it's holding up well. $65. I wonder why BA didn't rock it with the Dow today. Weird. Well, did you see that FAA headline? I'm actually surprised it held up as well as it did. Yeah, it looks like people just taking money off the table. Oh, it kind of what we expected. BA came out and said they expect to resume, deliveries of 737 or whatever. The FAA came out, and I actually expected more of a drop. It didn't drop as much as I thought it would. But the FAA, of course, released a headline and said, it said that approvals and, ungroundings do not have, aren't something you put on a calendar, and that the FAA has full control. basically saying, sorry, BA, it's not up to you. It's up to us. Which was kind of funny. But it didn't really take a big hit, like I thought it would on that. Yeah. What are those LK? You want to talk about a YOLO? What are the LK27s going for? It's like there's no way that they hit, but maybe. But I don't think so. The 27s. There's just still 20 cents. What are those people smoking? I ain't paying 20 cents for them. Breaking news on T-Mobile. Esker, thanks for the follow. Esker Cosmico. Let's see. John Legere has no plans to leave T-Mobile. No longer in running to be WeWork CEO. So he is not going to WeWork. God, I can't believe they still want 20 cents for those LKs. Come on, BA, let it go. Let it go. Just let go. Look at that drop on SPY. Now at support. If it breaks that, could see some more there. Where are you going? 500 million to sell on the MOC now. What's the float on LK? Like what is going on here? They had good earnings yesterday. I think it was somebody took a stake in them, if I remember right. Walmart. BB7, let's add that to the list for next week. I'll make a note. We'll take a look at Walmart. I'm not really looking to enter anything new at this point. The only one that has me intrigued is LK right now because of what it's doing. This thing is crazy. Okay, so the float is 30% and short is 50%. God. Um, yeah, Easy Rider, it was really just I was up nicely in it. So it's like I don't know what it's going to do. Um, I was up like 60%. So I didn't sell it all. But you know, when you have gains on the table, even if you're planning on holding them longer, it's not bad to take your profit. Because you never know what's going to happen over the weekend or Monday. You know, you just don't know. Jesus. And now LK is going to pull back a little bit. Yeah, low float. Yeah, easy. And that's why I just got, you know, sold a little bit of it. Just 'cause I don't know what's going to happen. And you're not always going to be right. So when you are and you get those gains, it's like, all right, I need to take some money off the table. And on that note, kind of want to sell. I'm going to sell one of these. No, I'm going to wait a minute. And then I'll tell you what I'm doing. All right, AMRN. That little short raid over. Profit taking over. Are you going to go back up now? Let's do it. J-Bug, no. My Alta is a lotto ticket. I am ride or die. Straight up lotto ticket. I don't think it's going to work. There's no point in selling it. I mean, it's worth nothing. So I don't even think I could sell it. There's no bid at the moment. But I knew that going into it, that, 50-50 shot or less of this thing working out. So I am totally okay with it. And who knows, maybe I'll get a little, maybe we'll get a little flurry here. We need It's only got to move another buck, and Alta can do that pretty quick if, some people step in and start buying this thing up. It won't take long. So while chances are slim, the chance still exists. And here goes AMRN. I haven't yet. I'll do one right now. No, I had some other plays, though. I did not play UNH. So I got in that AMRN first thing this morning, as well as LK first thing this morning, and I posted it in here. I made about 1,300% on LK. It happens. It happens. Yeah. Yeah. I saw that 7,000%er who that Cody locked in. That was amazing. I could tell you for that, like, LK, yeah, I bought out of the money. They were dirt cheap this morning. Only paid like 10 cents a contract, knowing that I threw like $100 at it, and now they're going $1.65 by $1.90. It was absolutely, and I was, it was like, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but maybe it will, and it did. Thank you. Yeah, Bobby, I think I bought like 10 contracts of that. No, J-Bug. I did. It wasn't, or maybe we did have flow. I don't remember. Um, I mean, the big thing was that tiny float, high short percentage. And then it was one of the big investors took a stake and announced that they took a stake in it. And when you have something that's low float with a high short percentage, and it gets news like that, some good news like that, you can see some good moves. Bobby, they were over 1,000%, like 1,200%. But yeah, I consider it luck. We just got a repeater bullish. Oh. We got a repeater bullish on AMRN just now. And we got a repeater bullish on Microsoft, 192s. So they bought the AMRN, they bought the 22s out to January for $3. And the 150s for Microsoft. And that AGNC, for those of you that said they enjoyed the conversation yesterday on AGNC, I did as well, and I did pick some of that up. Keep in mind on AMRN, we did talk about this, but high short float percentage. I don't know if it's still that way. I don't have an accurate number, but it was really high, like 30 some percent or something like that. Yeah. And that's the one that was halted all day yesterday, and got the AdCom vote announced yesterday afternoon. Yeah. All right. We got about 12 minutes left. I'm going to take 2 minutes. Go get a glass of ice for my bourbon. All right, I'm back. I didn't realize the camera's still off. About 7 minutes. Come on, BA, give us a drop. Give us a drop. Alta's dropping. I got my finger on the button here to sell the last ATVI call that I'm in. But it looks like it might get a little pop here. BA is getting a pop. Did not cooperate. Alta's dropping. Don't you push it. Am I paper trading? No. Oh, I forgot I still had that up. No, I do have, and I'll show it to you. I have, where's my other one? Oh, wait, I gotta go here. I did this for Hells. I said I'm buying 250 shares of Tesla, and I'm setting a sell order for 6,000. But that's because Hells is a big fan of Tesla. That was just for fun. All right, I am out of ATVI. I'll take it. Let's see. AMRN could get interesting this last 5 minutes. Guess Apple got a pop. Getting a nice pop on SPY here at the end of the day. The Q's, nice pop. And AAL, not popping. Not popping at all on AAL. So if you got anything that's in the money this week's expiration, make sure you close them out so you do not get exercised unless you want to take ownership of that ticker. Very important. Look at that volume candle right there on ABBV. That's crazy. And here goes Nvidia coming back. Let's go, AbbVie. You got 3 minutes. Make a push. LK 2720. 1400% I'm up on that. Insanity. So LK's going. AMRN, nothing. Nothing. I had high hopes. I am selling these AMRN contracts because I am not planning on taking possession of shares. And they are in the money. Barely. But it doesn't look like it's going to get a pop into the close here. Unfortunately. Maybe next week. And still pulling back. LK still pushing. Beautiful. All right, and LK, I just sold the last contract. That was 1400%. But it was today's expiration, so. What else I got left here? Anything? Oh, we're closed. All right. And that is the end of the day. What a day. What a day. V couldn't get that last 30 cents. Jeez. Baby, BB7, have a good weekend. We're doing a little Q&A or something in Black Box. If anybody has any other questions, feel free to throw them out there. I got a couple of minutes. Figure out to put your trades on the top of the... Yes, Anki, yes. Hopefully I'll get to work on that this weekend. I will. Look at that pop on ATVI into the close. Nice. So easy for me to follow, even if I miss the conversation. Yeah. So there's that LK 1400%. Crazy. All right, let's see if anything is moving out of curiosity after hours. I'm going to run the post-market scan here. And let's see if we see anything that we're watching. Let's see. Qualcomm up a little bit. Nothing down big. EW dropping a little after hours, but not much. Grub up a little bit. UNH up a little bit. Just kind of paying attention, just after the close here, just to see if anything that I'm playing is moving. If I had a short 39.50 call, the stock closed at 39.59. Happened in T. They shouldn't. They shouldn't. Although I have heard, what's it doing after hours? Because I have heard that there are times where if something does move, like they have like up to 10 minutes or something. So if it's something that you're worried about, you might want to call your broker. Actually, it's dropped another 10. No, you're good. 39.40. You might want to call them. Wait a minute. So you were short. You had sold the 39.50 call. Gotcha. Well, at this point, if it did get assigned, you're up 10 cents. Because I'm showing 39.40 after hours. So, and I had that happen to me on SPY calls, and it worked out to my benefit. You're welcome. You had 29 long in December 20 and sold 39.50 for this week. Gotcha. Happy Trader Guy. Have a good weekend. You'll send an email to, Send an email to BBS on what? Happy Trader Guy. What are you sending an email to BBS on? Oh, regarding Power BI. Gotcha. Well, you and I can talk about that. That's something that we can work on. I mean, I basically said, I told him to send me the data, and I would see, what I could do with it. Um, and yeah, if you've got some experience with Power BI, let's see what we can do with the data. Our H held up really, really well today. That was crazy. So Happy, hit me up on Monday. Like, pop in and I'll see if I can get the data sent to me, and we'll figure out a place to put it. So we're supposed to short SPY because it's so high, right? When something gets high, you go all in short. I thought that's what I heard. Oh, okay, okay, gotcha. So I'll wait. I'll wait then. Again? Now what did I do? Oh, well, okay, listen, Teresa, I'm not great at stuff like that, so maybe we can, there's some things I've helped you with. Maybe it's like okay, cool. Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Perfect. All right. Oh, hell yeah. I'm drinking Bullet. Yeah, that's because it's hasn't left the side of my desk, so it's like within arm's reach. Sounds like what? Oh, no, no, no. It's if you could see me on camera on my stream, it's about half full. I'm good. Yeah, yeah, I like to let it water down just a little bit. Oh jeez. Oh God. God. No, it's not like that. It's like let's just say that I would so my office has moved, Teresa. Now my office is upstairs, so I don't have the same problem, but my office used to be in the basement. We have a spare room down there, and I took that as my office. And this is when I was like, and I don't do this anymore, but I was getting up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, like not even on purpose. I would just wake up and I'm like, well, I'll go see, pre market. Like I'll go watch that. And and it happened more than once. Like the housekeepers come on Wednesday, and I totally forgot that they were coming. So I went downstairs into my office in my boxers, and I didn't have anything else. And when the housekeeper comes, normally she brings like three people with her, so they it's usually about 3 hours, and they come and go. And it was just her by herself, and she was literally here all damn day. She showed up at like 9:30 in the morning and didn't leave until like 5:30 in the evening, and I couldn't leave because she was upstairs like cleaning the kitchen and stuff, and I'm like, what am I gonna do? I don't have like a blanket or a shirt or anything, and so I was just like, I'm not. Yeah, that was another time. That was another time. Yep. And that has happened. There's been times where I left the door open to the office that I'm in now, which is upstairs, and I don't know that they're here. And I'm like sitting here, before I started the live stream and I had the camera on, every morning. Now I have to like get up and like, put on a shirt and a hat. But, it was before that. And I'd leave the door open and, totally forget that they were coming. Not hear them come in and leave the door wide open. I'm just like, we have this very awkward eye contact stare, and it's like, I don't know if I should get up and shut the door. And it's a little surprising that she doesn't keep walking, and she doesn't speak English, so I don't know what to say. So we just look at each other weird. No, 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 no. I do put on pants because I get up like to like do something. So no, I do. Yeah, anybody in the live stream, I do have pants on. Oh my gosh. So now I know who this person is. I just had somebody on my live stream comment, and it's actually somebody that I know. Really funny. They just made a comment about the basement. That's funny. Yeah, I didn't realize they were. Yeah, yeah. Nope. I'm going on mute. It's on Twitch. I'll post a link to it. And I see Nathan typing. Yeah, yeah. If you have the Twitch account, I am on live all day, calling out the plays that I'm taking as they happen. Going through charts, going through the alerts, going through, it's going through that process and helping people understand like, hey, when an alert comes up, what should I be looking at? And we go through it, and people say, hey, can you check out this chart for me? Then we pull it up and we go through it. No problem. And Nathan, that's pretty damn funny. I see it. I see it. That's awesome. That was me running from the housekeeper. uh, what's up, Reno 911? And let's see, is that muted? Yeah, that's muted. Okay. Thoughts on Disney? Yeah, we can look at Disney. I think downside, but can you try to put a sticky note on your screen? Yes, ma'am. Anki, it's not that I've forgotten. let's see. Regular barbecue guy. The big thing for Disney for me is that it ran on this news of the 10 million subscribers. And then I think there's still this looming potential security issue that I have not seen anything on yet. So I'm a little, like gun shy to jump into it, knowing that there are some people that have had their accounts hacked, and that it doesn't seem like it's really come out or been discussed or anything else. And maybe it's a non-issue. I have no idea. Yeah, Anki, no, I have not forgotten. And yes, I will be here next week. Again, Monday morning. Is anyone watching PG&E? I mean, I've watched them fail miserably. Where are they at now? $7.41. Frozen 2 movie comes out. Yes, it does. Still haven't seen any news on that. Curious to see which one comes first. More subscriber news? Exactly. I don't know. And Chels, yes, I wouldn't be surprised to see it get a little pump on Frozen 2, for sure. But hey, Reno 911, do you see my chart on PCG right now? I mean, I'm watching it, but it doesn't look good for PCG right now. That's up 2x from the last 2 weeks. Yeah, it's, when you're talking about this move from $3 to $7 on a company like PCG, and hey, you're in tune with this industry. Remember, I know who you are. You're in tune with this industry. So if you know something I don't know, you got to tell me. But I have been watching them just continue to bleed out. I mean, you can see from up here at $50, drop, and then it just kind of bleeds out on the chart. So you and I talked about this. Like, I get that, they're probably not going anywhere. And I'm waiting for that, like, saving grace that's going to shoot them back up, but it hasn't happened yet. And you can see the 15-minute chart here. It's sitting at an area of resistance that was resistance on Wednesday. It couldn't get through that, and it dropped. That same area was resistance on Tuesday. It pulled back. And that was previously support. So it's got to get through this 740 area, and then it has to get through about 786, 790. If it gets above like 815, 830, about 830, then it could get interesting. Neo, if you don't drink, just send it to me. You can just, put it in a box. Dude, you want to throw that in a box, and I'll pay for shipping.
That's a gun safe.
Yeah, I love that stuff. It's good.
I was told not to open that bottle until I retired.
There you go. Well, I got lucky, and I was at a event in Vegas. It was an IT related event, and the company, it was Barracuda that was sponsoring the event, and it was like co-sponsored with the company that I was working for, and they had basically, in order to get the space, it was like the whiskey room. In order to get the space, they had to spend a minimum. They had a minimum amount that they had to spend, and we had like 20 minutes left on our reservation, and they're like, "You guys have 20 minutes to spend $7,500." And there was a group of like 4 of us or 5 of us, and it was double pappy on the rocks for everybody, which was pretty
I
cool.
don't know. I don't know if Jenny B still has a picture, but I sent her a picture a while back when I was at a friend's house, and he had over 50 bottles of Van Winkle, and I think each bottle was almost worth 15 grand.
Jesus,
Yeah,
that's
and he
crazy.
set them out.
Yeah, I drink too much to be buying stuff like that. And Consulting USA, yeah, I did read about that the AMRN, and what's coming on Monday. I actually have a small position in Commons for that reason. Because if that thing continues to squeeze, it could get crazy. Reno 911, we're not sending it to Reno. Let's see. You have to come here if you want it. Wellbury, I drink Costco liquor all the time. There's nothing wrong with it. In fact, if you look at like everything else, if you look at their alcohol, typically it's made by somebody, like it is equivalent. Their whiskey to me tastes so close to Crown that you can't even tell the difference. And it may even be made by them. I don't know. Hey, Reno 911. That's for you. You're welcome. Let's see. I think I'm
Hey,
caught
Bender.
up here.
You still there?
I'm still here. What's up?
Hey, when you're doing that Twitch, not to get all subject to whiskey and drinking,
You're going to make me work
rock
again?
and roll, huh?
I said, you're going to make me go back to work again? No, just kidding. What's up?
Well, no, I was just going to ask you about that Twitter, or not Twitter, the Twix.
Yeah, Twitch. Yeah.
Twitch. Okay. How do you get on that when are you like doing charting through your trades throughout the day?
Yeah.
How do you have to get in Twitch to watch that? Like you would have to get into Twitter or whatever else?
Yeah, it's
Or
free.
can I
You
log
can
in
go
on
set up a
something that you
free
post?
you can go set up a free Twitch account and watch it live. You can watch it on YouTube as well because I stream to YouTube at least currently. I'm probably going to change that to where I'm only streaming to Twitch and then posting videos to YouTube. But yeah, it's just go to twitch.tv/BenderProfitBox.
So your YouTube is recorded, and your Twitch is live. Is that
Right.
how that works?
Well, actually, right now I stream live to YouTube and to Twitch and to Facebook.
Okay.
But I'm probably going to switch to where I'm only streaming live to Twitch.
Okay. Well, I was just kind of interested in it. I like your trades. You're one of the moderators that make most of your trades good trades. And, I've been following some of your Abby V's too, and it works out pretty good too. But I was just kind of wanting to check it out and
Yeah, come in and join us. I mean, we're, throughout the day
love to, man.
talking about
Love to.
charts and talking about plays, and
Right.
I just go through and evaluate them, live. I go through the chart, I go through the play. If there's an alert, I go through that, and then we've got,
Right.
other folks that are bringing up other potential tickers and plays, and yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's always good to get somebody else's perspective on something because I can look at one thing and somebody else brings something else. I'm like, oh, well,
Oh,
I
absolutely.
didn't see that, for sure.
Absolutely.
Eyes and ears of the market, man. That's what we are in here.
Yep.
Cool,
Definitely.
man. Thank you. I'll sign up to Twitch, and do you subscribe to your Twitch?
So you can. Do you have? Do you by chance have Amazon Prime?
Amazon Prime? No.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say because you can subscribe for free with Amazon Prime. You don't have to subscribe. You can just log into Twitch and hit the hit the follow button, and that's free. And you'll see every. I mean, you'll see the live stream that way. I just ask about Amazon Prime because if you have it, then it's free to subscribe to with Twitch, and I get paid for it.
Okay. I'll dig into that over the weekend. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, right on. No problem. And let's see, who just subscribed with Prime? Somebody just subscribed with
Neo,
Prime.
you still out there?
And
Yeah,
I
I'm
was going
here.
to say thank you.
Just
Who
give
was
me a
it?
call.
Why
a
did
quick
why
way
do I not see
to
that?
sign up for Twitch
Oh, here we go.
using your face. There's a quick way to do it. You don't have to do nothing.
Poker Pro,
You can
thank
watch
you.
them live.
And we got Genis18. Thank
Will
you
do.
very much. I
I'll
appreciate
give you
it.
a call over the weekend or whenever you're not busy.
Regular barbecue guy.
Appreciate it.
You have to link your Twitch account to Amazon. So
I'll
you
put those
go
pictures in there
to
for you, Bender, of all those pappies.
I appreciate it. Holy shit. Yeah. Jeez. That's crazy.
He's a big collector.
And Jenny B, I have not had Uncle Nearest. Let's see, Welbury. Trying to catch up here. A lot of messages. And Jenny B, I will fight you
Uncle
for the
Nearest-
whiskey.
Uncle Nearest is made about 8 miles from where I live.
Nice. That's awesome. No, I haven't had it, but I'll definitely look for it the next time I make a liquor store run, which is gonna be soon because I'm about out of whiskey. My birthday was about 20 days ago, and almost everybody gave me whiskey, and I'm about out. So it's about time. Let's see. So regular barbecue guy. Go to
restocked until the new year.
twitch.amazon.com/prime. And you can link your accounts there. And once you do that, then you can subscribe it'll say like subscribe with Twitch Prime. And there's no cost for that. Let's see, what else do we have? All right, and I think I might have got a little behind here on the chat messages. If you're still here and I didn't answer your question, let me know and ask it below, and I'll answer it. But today was for anybody that wasn't here. Today was absolutely amazing. We caught 3 over 100%, and this LK over 1,000%. Sold some AMRN for about 800% gain. It was crazy. Crazy. So make sure you're here next week. Not to say that's going to happen. Certainly can't promise that. But we'll definitely go through some trades and try to find some plays. But it was a good week. I think everybody that was here made money this week. So those AALs I'm a little upset about because there was a lot of flow in those. In the 31s, I mean, they were, and it'll probably still work out, but those February 31s just, they just hit them over and over and over. Quite a few sweeps in AAL. Let's see. So, Gen S, Poker Pro, OC Vince. Thank you guys for subscribing. I appreciate it. I love Boost 1. If you're here, thank you for subscribing. Vazu, if you're still here, thanks for the bits. And Deniable Money, thanks for subscribing. If I didn't already call that out, I appreciate it. Well, I don't know if anybody's still here. Jenny B, Mel, I'm still here. If anybody has anything else they want to.
I'm here. I'm looking at some dark pool prints coming through.
Nice. So I got somebody over here on Twitch who's also a Black Box member who had a similar idea as me with the new data that they're going to be sending out to plug that into Power BI and see what kind of dashboard or interface we might be able to make to like filter through and search and see how it all, correlates.
With what Eric's doing for beta?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I bring that up for you because I know you spend a lot of time like digging through that stuff, and I'd love to come up with some sort of dashboard or interface that you can easily filter, search, that sort of thing, because I don't want to dig through it. You know what it means better than I do. So if I can give you some way to make that easier, that would be awesome.
It's just a challenge. So essentially, I get that file every night, and I think what they're looking to do is to be able to send it out. And what I try to do is break it down because most nights we'll get 700. Okay, so like heavier days, 600 to 800 prints, and that's a lot.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
so much of it is a mix of all your bonds, Vanguard, everything that hits the tape comes through. And so that's why at night I try to break it up to go, okay, this is equities, this is ETF, and this is the indices, just so that there's a kind of narrowed down focus coming through on some of it.
So we could certainly automate some of that. Absolutely. Right? To like break that up for you ahead of time and actually design some graphs and things that can move as those things, like day to day. And that's what Power BI is really good for, is if you feed it that data day after day, I think what gets interesting is you start to see the trends, without having to manually parse all that data. You could start to see trends, day to day, week to week, month to month, and get a sense of, okay, like this ticker or this, sector or whatever, like the dark pool prints have been increasing day after day for the last 2 weeks. Well, that's really interesting. I would think. I don't know. But once
you're correct, because it is an absolute challenge to go through and sift through. I think what some of the expectations is that it's just, an automatic buy signal, but oftentimes, there's either accumulation or distribution happening. So it's not something that's going to happen, the next day. But on the side, we caught, there's times that we catch dark pool the night before, then the next day it's upgraded.
Yeah.
You can't even get into the tray. Okay, I mean, that's going to happen. It happens all the time. It's just trying to put it all together.
Well, and
So I know.
ideally, what I would like to see, and what I think we can do, with the enough data, and really I want to do kind of a proof of concept, but I want to see like what percentage of the tickers that you see that increase in dark pool over a couple of days, and then it alerts, like what does that mean, and what's the win rate of the ones that you see the flow in for a couple of days or a couple of weeks or whatever, and you see the dark pool prints increasing for a couple of weeks, and then all of a sudden it alerts. Like, to me, that would be, if you can bring those three things together, that could be something definitely worth following or looking at.
I agree.
And I just want to see what that, how that kind of ties together.
Yes, because a lot of
Miss Mel, I lost you. I can't hear you. I don't know if you got disconnected or something.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, so we know that we've had a lot of sector rotation, and it's a lot of names that are just obscure, unknown. Just it's packaging or ag product, or just it's not sexy software and the names that we like to follow. That makes it a bit of a challenge to kind of look to those names and try to find some really good trade setups. um to me, that's the struggle.
It's not so. I'm probably, I don't know. Maybe I don't care what it is. I don't care what ticker it is. I don't care. I definitely, if I know the ticker and I know, what's going on with them and stuff, it can impact my decision. But I'll play anything. I don't care if all that stuff line, and that's what I want to see. Like, okay, it's not anybody we know, and it's not something that we normally play. Who cares? Because
I prefer those. Those are my wheelhouse. I love those guys.
yeah, Jenny, I know you
Those
do,
are
and
nobody's heard about.
you do really well with them. You crush them, and I'll tell you, we talked about that AMRN, we talked about LK, and those were my two biggest winners today.
Yeah, that, and then I kept seeing things. Now I see these hits. I have a scanner that I run, and this FTCH keeps coming up that people are buying calls, and I'm like, what the heck? Like, at least from what I'm looking at, that's what they're doing. And mRNA came up all day today, just bam, 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 and at the end of the day, I think we had mRNA come up. But I love those ones that just I never hear about.
Yeah. Well, and I love when we don't know what they are, and then we go look, and it's like, oh, well, shit. They got a 50 million share float and 15% short. It's like, yeah, that's awesome.
That's why I like this Farfetch. They're an online luxury retailer for like Gucci and all that, and they're under $10.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking I really like them. I think their target is $16 for a price target.
How many shares in the float? Have you looked into it?
I haven't even looked. Because it came up today.
There are 179 in the float, 15% short, and we had some
Wow.
dark pool there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's top of my list
So-
next week.
Yeah, something that's in the pipeline
Oh, Mel, damn it, you keep cutting out. You're killing me.
Am I still cutting out?
Actually, now you sound a lot better.
Okay, maybe I'm just a little bit far from my mic. I'm sorry, my other setup wasn't working, so I had to go to my mic. I know that they are and have been taking all this data and are looking to put that and integrate that into the charts so that that's something that you could pull up and see is what the dark pool prints have been historically. And it's just going to take some time to be able to collect that data and to roll that out.
Yep. Yep. Well, and you know, if we've got some people like myself, you know, and there's another member that mentioned on Twitch that he could help if we got some people that are good in this area that, you know, may be able to, you know, pitch in. It may not be the final product or solution, but, you know, if it benefits everybody, maybe we can take a stab at it and see what we can come up with.
I just think sometimes it's difficult when people look at dark pool, they expect an immediate reaction, and sometimes there's just accumulation or distribution occurring. So it's not something that you can see one day and then sometimes
Right.
it is. Sometimes there's an upgrade or downgrade, and you can totally catch it, catch a move. But sometimes on some of these obscure tickers, you've got some major accumulation occurring, and they're not names that we're very familiar with or see very often. So I do try to like make note of what we're seeing in the dark pool and then tie it into what we're seeing into the options market, because at least at that point we can kind of decipher which
Okay, you walked away again.
shit. I'm here. It's just
Yeah, I
not
know.
coming
I know.
through, I guess.
It's all good. Yeah, and I agree with you that I've seen those dark pool prints, and it's so here's what I'm super interested in is like we see those dark pool prints, you know, maybe they're a week old or 2 weeks old or whatever, and then we start to see, you know, some flow, but maybe it's not, you know, maybe there's just some of those whites coming in, and then you know, a week later or something, then we start seeing, you know, we get an alert on it. I would love to be able to link that back to say, all right, we've seen some sweeps come in. It hasn't alerted. We've seen dark pool for the last 3 weeks, and now we get an alert, and I'd love to see how all that correlates.
I agree, because it is a challenge. So I'm going to put this chart in here. There's a chart I'm going to put in for Visa that I've had marked up. And we are just staying so stagnant. You know, like we are not making this directional move we would think we would make, with all of this activity. And so it's a challenge.
Yeah. I'm waiting for your chart. Waiting. There it is.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Okay, so Nathan, I did look at that. I don't see all of his activity, but yes, there is some activity in the dark pool for RH, not the full span, but also keep in mind that what our filters are set to capture is going to be 100,000 or a certain price point. So we do get Amazon less than 100,000 because it meets a threshold. There's dark pools that can push through and they can break those orders up. So they can have, 10,000 lots push through and they're not going to hit our scanner. So there was some DP activity in RH. It doesn't match up completely with what, Buffett has done. But, those are the guys that are going to the dark pool to, execute trades. I mean, unfortunately, it's not just something you can use to be um, next day crystal clear. And so I really caution everybody, on just saying, okay, well, there's a dark pool. There should be something that's the dark. And I don't do that at all. I don't ever go, yep, there's an upgrade and we had, activity, because it can be convoluted. We want to be able to always look back at our charts and make sure that that aligns and that it works, in general.
Well, I for one greatly appreciate the effort that you put into tracking what's going on in the dark pool, because there are on more than one occasion when I'm looking at a trade or taking a trade or something like that. Often I always have that question. Hey Mel, did you see anything in the dark pool on this ticker? Like, because it always and a lot of times if you're following me on Twitch, or you're watching on Twitch, a lot of times, you've seen this. Like, Mel will call out, hey, we got dark pool print at, whatever price, $30.40, and I'll go draw a circle on the chart at $30.40. And you can see the volume candle on the chart. So I'll just put a little
It's just a
circle there.
matter, and it doesn't mean that it's going to come in, if it's, a call out in the morning, it doesn't mean that it's going to be that day that there is a move. But 2 days later, if everything aligns, that's what it is, and then there you go. It's a challenge for sure. Dark pool has definitely been marketed into this like obscure, hidden, dark. It's not. It's just where they're buying and selling. So we just have to track that. And if there's, somebody who's wanting to accumulate or distribute, that's going to stay pretty range bound. And sometimes you don't get the moves that you think you're going to get. So it can be a challenge, I mean,
Absolutely.
I'm glad that you're like highlighting on your charts as just a reference.
I just track
because
it. That's all.
Exactly. It's put notes on your chart. It helps because when a true move occurs, like you'll know and feel confident about it because your research is done. It's already happened.
Nathan, you can't. All you see is a transaction. We don't know exactly what it is. We don't know if somebody shorted a shit ton of it. We don't know if they're covering an old short. We have no idea what it is. All you see is that a transaction occurred and that it's at that level. And I probably should have just let Mel answer that, because, or actually, I probably did you a favor because you answer that like 30 times a week.
Well, because the liquidity is not okay. So the lit market is what you and I can see, because we have level 2. We look at level 2 to see where the buys and the sells are and where they're stacking. However, with the dark pool, they look at a black box and that's what you can see. You can't see anything because you don't know the intent of a buy or a sell. You have no access to any visibility because it's not the lit market. And that's the whole purpose of the dark pool. Because if somebody's coming in and trying to, buy a stake or sell a stake, their intent is to not move the price against them so that they can actually get their fills. That's the intent of the dark pool.
It'd be really cool if on the chart when you pulled it up, like there was a little dot, like right on the chart at the price point where a dark pool came in for the day.
That'd be so.
Just come up and make a
Eric's working on that. Eric,
just make a marker.
Data,
just boom, 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 and then you see these little marks. That'd be perfect. That would be awesome.
And
that's in the works for sure, because that's something. I mean, 2-3 months. Yeah, they're working on that. And at first the major concern was that they weren't actually tracking that data, and now they are.
That would be
So
so damn
so they're
cool.
getting that information so that they can actually, so essentially what you'll be able to do is put that as an indicator and drop it down on the BBS charts to where you'll say dark pool. You know, the indicator will be dark pool, and then you will be able to see a dot, a dot, a dot, a dot, and that will show you the dark pool activity that has previously occurred, and then you can kind of make some determination at that point, because of course we don't know if it's a buy or a sell.
So Mel,
So
I want to throw this out there because, like, there is another provider, platform, whatever, and I'm going to throw this out there because there is somebody doing that now. They only track dark pool for like 100 tickers at most, and you can see those circles on the chart, but it's only for like 100 tickers, and it is far more expensive than black box just for that. So if we can get that built into the charts as an indicator, it complete, and I'm not even going to mention the name, but it blows them out of the market.
Yes, but you know what? They also don't track any after hours.
Correct.
And that's important too, because if you look, so let's talk about signature print is. You know, we know that there data that occurs in the dark pool. So like, let's say, let me bring it up. Just one sec.
Anybody that's hanging out right now after hours, like if you're paying attention right now, you're hearing about stuff that the mods are going, we want this. We want to see this. We want to look at this. You got people like Mel that are like reviewing it intensively. I don't know, whatever that word is, intensely. You know, this is the kind of stuff that you know, we're asking for it. It's coming. Consulting USA, thanks for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. But yeah, if you're watching, if you're listening to this right now, these are the conversations that we typically have, like, you know, not in main chat. Sorry, Mel, you extensively. Thank you, Speed Racer. Thank you. And Mel, I'll let you talk about what you're seeing there.
Okay, so you'll notice when I go, if you guys look at my dark pool report that I put every day, so what that is we don't have the option to be able to download the dark pool feed. So I get the raw report and then I scrub it, clean it up, and then I put it into what the indices are, ETFs, and then equities, so that there's kind of a breakup of data so that we can kind of follow along. There is so many line items that there is no possible way that you can just track everything. It's just not going to happen. But let's just take a look tonight at what we're seeing after hours in SPY. We've got this 311.89 being lit up with volume. Well, that's an after hours print. And more than likely, what we will see happen on Monday is that we're going to have what we refer to as a signature print. It's delayed, and we'll see that volume come through at 311.89. And just as a general, keeping it basic, let's try to stay above that level to be bullish or below that level to be bearish. You know, we don't really know what the intent is of these prints that are coming through, because there's not an active auction occurring right now at these levels. They are just hitting the tape. So backing it up a little bit more, these dark pool prints occur and then they go to FINRA, and FINRA oversees the activity that occurs on the dark pool, and they have to report it to the tape. So let's just kind of talk about that a little bit more. FINRA reports it to the tape. So oftentimes what I see is people looking at the data feed on Thinkorswim, and they'll go, oh, it's red. It's a sell. It's not. You don't know because it's a dark pool print. It's coming through only and recording on the tape because it's coming through FINRA to record that data. It's not an active transaction that occurred between active buyers and sellers on the lit market. And what is the lit market? The lit market is what you and I can see on level 2. This is occurring in the backdrop on a dark market. So look at level 2 and see the activity you have there, and then go look at a black box and you have nothing. You don't know if there's an aggressive buyer or if there's an aggressive seller. You only have the print. That's all you can go off of.
Thank you, Mel. I just recorded all that, so we have that. And that was perfect.
Nice.
That was awesome. So I will post that somewhere for reference, because that was well said.
And also consider your range bound markets. They are okay. So like if somebody wants to accumulate shares, hold on, sorry, I've just a few minutes, just 1 second.
Okay, I don't know where Mel went. So hopefully she comes back, because I was thoroughly entertained by that conversation.
I think she just went to go do something. I mean, I think she said she'd be right back. I think.
I hope so, because like she kind of left me hanging here. Come on.
She's around somewhere.
That was good stuff. Good information.
Very good. There's so much to it.
Mm-hmm.
People think it's all junk, but it's not.
No, absolutely. I have seen her call out dark pool prints, and then I've seen tickers like absolutely react off that level.
Yeah, definitely.
And Jenny B, you keep feeding me that stuff you're feeding me, because I love it.
I have. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. My scanner on my phone just keeps going pop, 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 and I'm like, holy crap! And it just repeats over and over. Like if they keep hitting it, it keeps repeating over and over. And I'm at my desk and I'm like trying to jot down all these notes. I'm like, I wonder what I should do with these. Like I try to pull up the chart. I don't always have time to pull up the chart. But
You're gonna have to tell
on
me.
some of these.
Like, we're going to have a conversation about what you're looking at, what you're getting alerted on, so that I understand it a little better.
I'll send you a DM, because I need
That
to
would be
tweak
awesome.
it. This is my second run with this thing, because the first one was sending me way too many. This one's sending a lot, but boy, is it hitting. It actually picked up the buying in the what did we pick up, ARWR today, or AMRN? It picked that up before we alerted it on the box, and it's only because I looked for something complete. I looked for something completely different. No, it wasn't AMRN. It was something else.
Yeah, it couldn't have
It-
like AMRN. We were watching. I
Yeah,
was
no.
watching it last night because of the halt. But you've
Yeah.
pulled up some stuff that like we haven't even looked at, and then all of a sudden it's like it goes crazy.
Yeah, I'm just looking at. I look for different criteria, things that I personally wanted to see if I could figure out what I was looking for, and they aren't black. Nothing what Black Box looks for. It's just something personally I had a thought process, and I'm seeing if it works, and
Yep.
so maybe I can like maybe you can help me find.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I used to play a lot of the like low floats and high short ratio stocks. Those ticker. I used to play a ton of those. I don't play them much now, but I really like the LKs and AMRN that yeah, they're low float, high short, and they have some sort of positive news, and it's not a $1 stock. I mean, I've played some of those that you've sent me. Like, it might be $2, and I'll look at it and I'm like, yeah, I kind of like this, but
It is.
those are risky as
Yeah,
shit.
I know. Exactly. You find them every once in a while. You find these good ones that are. Sometimes you pull it up and it's like, oh my gosh, these options are like $8 by $20. I'm like, nope, go on to the next one.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I have to filter those out. So.
Yeah. Well, whatever system you have set up, I'd love to get a sense of, like I said, an understanding of what's setting off that alert, so that I understand, maybe a little more what's going on.
Okay.
But you rock. Keep spitting them out. I like them.
I think
Hey,
I'll just
Ben.
start posting them.
Bender and Jenny, I've been involved with another trade room for a couple years that's all they do is track dark pool, and then they set up support and resistance, and if the equity goes outside of that support or resistance, it's an automatic buy signal or short signal. And I've been looking at what we're getting over here on Black Box, and it's different. And I know the parameters are set different, but one other thing that needs to be recognized is when an institution puts in a order for 500,000 shares, they put it in as a limit order, and it may take several days to fill. And you'll notice that, but then it's all of a sudden reported at one moment at a certain strike price. But it could take up to a week to fill those kind of orders. And then, that doesn't mean there's going to be an immediate move either. But one thing that you can rely on is it's either a buy or a sell. There's no hedging, so to speak, in dark pool, which that's what you have to figure out. Is some of the trades in options, or they could be hedging. They could be spreads. You don't know.
We need Mel here. Where is she?
Mel,
Come back.
come back. I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna see if she's coming back.
Yeah, we need you to repeat that. I don't know who was speaking, but we need you to repeat that because that's really important. And I think that can really, Mel's a person to definitely talk with about that. That's some good information.
So I think it was Lenny that was talking. So about the dark pool, I know Mel's not here, but really quick, when you're saying there's no hedging in there, but do you mean that dark pool prints are generally most of the time just long buys, or are there also short sells in dark prints?
They could be either, but there's no hedging. There's no,
Right.
it's not to protect a position.
Right, but you still don't know if they're necessarily selling their long position to close it, selling short to open a short position.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello,
Yeah.
hello. Okay,
Okay.
sorry guys, my other mic wasn't working. Sorry about that.
Did you hear what was said? What he was explaining about watching another service that they kind of have their dark pool set up where there's a support and resistance, and if it goes outside that parameter, it's an auto buy or sell. Did you hear all that?
I mean, yes, but I just I understand that.
I think she's
I
trying to
don't
say
know.
it's not an auto buy or auto sell.
Right, right.
No, I mean, I just because there is. I mean, the dark pool is used, by hedge funds and institutions, and we know that market makers are in there trying to, protect positions and. But I think that a lot of what we end up seeing are such large positions that it's not hedge funds coming in. I'm talking about the large positions. I'm not talking about 100,000 shares. And that's what's so difficult. If you were going to look to the dark pool to try to make your decisions with Apple, Microsoft, and some of these very liquid names, and you're looking at 125,000 shares trying to find some determination, you really aren't going to find it there. Like it's just there's got to be some size. And oftentimes we're always going to see what we want to see. But there's a natural progression of, Dow theory. Institutions get in on the low and they sell on the high. So while Apple's making this huge progression to highs and we're seeing dark hole prints, it's hard for me to say those are buys, knowing that there have been institutions in this name for so long that are probably going, great, this is awesome. I could sell my stock. Because what do they need to sell stock? They need an event. They need demand to come in because there's euphoria around the name. So looking at some of these, high beta names and these very active names that make it extremely difficult to go, yeah, they're buying up here, but I mean, at the same time, Apple's had a great run. Personally, I try to look for beat up names that are come in. They've, like we're seeing some continued activity. Nobody's looking at it. It's an attractive value, and we're seeing some dark pool activity. Like that's more of what catches my eye, opposed to some of the, Microsoft, Apple, and Baba, and a lot of these names that are, very much in the headlines. It's hard to make heads or tails for what could be the potential activity coming, into the dark pool. It's a little bit more difficult. When you kind of start talking about some of these names that have like no sex appeal, nothing's happening with them, they
Did you
can.
say sex appeal in relation to a ticker?
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
just making
because
sure.
let's talk about tech and let's talk about containers.
Right?
What do you do? What do
It's
you do?
yeah, this other
Let's
stuff
talk
is
about
not
safety.
exciting, but I've made more money off tickers that I've never heard of than the ones that I
Let's talk
have.
about ag products. I mean,
Right?
software is always going to win. I mean, that's
Yep.
victorious to everything else you could possibly talk about. It just is what it is. And so, I mean, but there is just that natural Dow theory. There are, and you find a stopping action. I personally follow Wyckoff, and he's got a very old model of, he's been around since like the very early trading days, and that's also who essentially you come into a stopping action, and you come into a stopping action when a stock's coming into a downtrend, because institutions start to find value, and it's a value price for them, and they come in and buy the stock and will plan to hold for a very long time. Nice, Scrum Dream. So they come in and they find value at this area, and it will continue to go sideways for a long time. So I like to follow the dark pool because I like to find those stocks that may be potential opportunities for a very long term run, not necessarily for a short term, which makes it hard because we tend to watch like a lot of this options activity and what's going on, but there is rotation. We've known that there's rotation, and we can see it if we look at the dark pool. We're seeing shit. XLF yesterday had 20 million shares. I think there was a few days ago we also had another 20 million going into the XLF. Like it, it it's not always easy, and it doesn't mean that you need to be playing weekly exploration, but you can potentially find some really good setups. And if you look at a lot of the names that are in the XLF, they have been basing. I mean, zoom that chart out and you have some opportunities there, more longer term.
Yeah, hey Mel, this is Chrome. I just want to chime in. I don't want to have like a lame kumbaya moment here, but me and you are actually, when I joined a few weeks ago, I was always, because like the way you think is very similar to the way I think, and the way you look for your stuff. I think me and you we're very highly similar traders, and with Wyckoff and everything. So like when you're talking about, selling, you see dark pool prints on Apple, and I don't necessarily take Apple as the best example, but I understand what you're saying. It's institutions need your volume to sell their shares because they're holding more than you can possibly imagine, right? And they can't just.
Yeah.
A lot of people that don't understand liquidity because of the levels that we play at, it's just common regular people will never really understand that. And it's really funny for me personally, the place where I learned to understand that, which is pretty bizarre, is actually I started years ago in the penny stocks, right? Which are just garbage, right? 99% plus percent of those are actually just scams. But that world teaches you about liquidity very quickly, because if you're even slightly successful at that world and you try to put more money into those, they're called penny stocks for a reason. And so when you can't get out of them, right, then you can begin to understand what a huge institution trading a giant stock like Apple is, and how much money they have, and how they have to go about their business and getting in and getting out. So they can't just decide next week that I'm going to get out of Apple. They've got to put on like campaigns, and that's a lot of what Wyckoff talks about, is basically the campaigns of these large operators, because he basically was one, and he worked with them, and that's exactly what they did. So he basically is just going to take this to the people and tell you what exactly is going on here. And so they have these giant campaigns, and if you haven't looked into any of that stuff, just go ahead and Google it. It's pretty interesting stuff. I've read a lot of it, but one thing that is, Mel, you're talking about this stuff now, and I know a lot of people that are left online right now are enjoying it. But I rarely talk about this stuff. I'm pretty new to Black Box. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, because I might get another job soon, so I won't be able to really be on. But the thing is, a lot, and so that is something I've been trying to pick up and trying to learn in the times in between my swings. But the things that you're talking about, Mel, is very, very in my world, which is swing trading, which is kind of a totally different thing. So it's kind of nice to hear that. I almost kind of wish there was a separate room to talk about swing trading, just because most of what goes on here is scalping, and that's totally fine. That's totally great, and I totally understand why that's the case. But I do totally enjoy hearing you talk about dark pool and swing trading and Wyckoff.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I had to switch off my other mic. But yeah, I sometimes there's not always the immediate reaction everybody would like to see, to some dark pool prints that are coming through, because they could be setting up for what's something longer term. And I tried to use that Visa as an example, because we've been seeing that action for quite some time, and we've still really not gone up or down directionally where we think we would, with that kind of liquidity that's come in. it can make it challenging. So I know that there are others that follow people that market dark pool into this realm of it's an easy buy or it's an easy sell, and it's just not necessarily the case. I mean, and don't be persuaded by that. I mean, I can at any time look at what the options flow is doing, and I can call any stock that comes through as, oh, well, look, it just came through as a buy. You know, it was calls. There you go. It's that easy. And it's just not, it's all pieces to a bigger puzzle. And it's going to drill down to technical analysis. It's going to, take some time sometimes to come together, but just disregard some of the people that just shot call that stuff. I hate that.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more to it. And also I wanted to throw in that I completely 100% agree. And I trade the same way. I traded this way before Black Box. I do the same things that you do. You and what Bender was mentioning about the more uncommon names. That's the stuff that it's a little bit easier because that's the stuff that there's less volume in. That's the stuff that you can do a little bit more homework on and be a little bit more sure, if sure is even really a word in this world, about maybe what direction something is heading. So the more uncommon stuff, and kind of we talk about like the Nigerians and unusual activity. And I know a few weeks ago I was joking about it because I jumped out of a trade that I was already in that we had identified on Black Box. I jumped out of that trade when the Nigerians mentioned it because I was already way up on that trade from the alerts that Black Box gave. And I jumped around and said, well, since they mentioned it, I've got to get out now, because sort of that's the thing, right? It's sort of like if you mention it on TV, it's not unusual anymore, right?
Exactly. You're right.
All right, guys. Well, Mel, I really appreciate the conversation. Hey, Chrome Dream, and Mel, and I guess for anybody else, like if you've kind of heard me at all, on the stream or anywhere else, talk about kind of what I look for, even in scalps, is that longer term setup, those longer term area. Like if you get an area of support and resistance that come together on multiple time frames, that's where you see, and you've heard Pete talk about this too, because Pete and I have talked about this extensively. Like when you see all that stuff come together is where you see the big moves. And if you combine that like with dark pool data, you see those prints, you know where they're at on your chart. You also see, the flow coming in, and it's like confirmation. It's like, okay, I'm seeing this on the chart. This is what I was looking for. And now all of a sudden we're seeing the flow come in. Oh, and then it alerted and you're already in. It's like, that's the trifecta right there. It's like everything comes together at one time. So whether you're swing trading or trading intraday, if you look at multiple time frames and everything kind of comes together at once, I think that's when you get the best moves. And that's typically what I'm looking for. And the reason why when an alert comes in or flow comes in, I'm looking at, the longer term charts to go, okay, does this make sense right here? Where are we sitting and why are they buying this right here? And trying to understand that. And when it all comes together at once is when you have the best moves.
Yeah, absolutely. Bender, I didn't want to let you go, but real quick, actually, on that. So I was watching your Twitch yesterday, actually, and this is Chrome, and I need to subscribe to your channel, but my Prime's on another, so when that expires, I'm able to give you the $5. But
no worries, it doesn't matter. You don't have to subscribe.
No, you're an amazing chartist, and your trading view setup I'm actually jealous of, and I'm going to have to pay more because you were talking yesterday to one of your viewers about your setup, because I have the one step above whatever it is, like the plus, and it doesn't allow me to have that setup you have with the 3 charts. I watched that and I'm like, man, you could be a salesman for TradingView right here because I need that setup. It's so good. And the way you draw your lines is fantastic. I was actually going to chat on your channel yesterday about ATVI because I had gotten into it. And I wish I did now because like I'm not sure what you would have come up with, but I would have probably stayed in it instead of getting out of this morning.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
But I find your trades and I find your analysis totally amazing. So, you know, even if I don't have time to be on Black Box Voice, I'm gonna at least try and find a time to follow your trades in your Twitch channel.
Man, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Love to have you on there. And, you know, like I tell everybody else, if you see something that I don't see, you know, call it out because this is a team effort. So when I'm drawing lines on charts and stuff, there are times where people will chime in on Twitch and say, hey, you know, make sure you realize, you know, that such and such is going on here. And I love to, you know, certainly helpful. So if you see something I don't see, make sure you call it out.
The eyes on this market is just, you need it. You have to have more than one because you miss so much stuff.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Bender, did you say you have to be heading out?
I mean, not necessarily. I certainly, you know, hang around if people are hanging out.
Work with me on combining options and dark pool, and look at Bank of America, BAC. There's been a lot of dark pool taking positions in the high 32 range. And if you look at the heat map on Bank of America, C1 calls are really, they're dark green at 33.50. So I think I'm, and Mel, you can chime in too. I think I'm looking at what's going on in the dark pool on BAC. It's not a great mover daily, but, and then looking at what's going on in options. And to me, it looks like somebody is building a big position. Of course, supply and demand is a big reason why stocks move. If they pull those shares off the market, the price normally is going to go up, and they're buying calls against it at 33.50, which isn't that far off. Of course, they want when you buy a call, you want it to hit that price and go through it.
I'll let Mel speak to the dark pool, but I can tell you that. Hold on, I'm gonna post this chart here. I can tell you what I'm seeing and why that might be happening on BAC. I'm gonna post a chart here, and this is without drawing a bunch of stuff. Like, this is just an area of consolidation, long term, and what I would consider to be a pretty key, call it a tipping point, on BAC. On the weekly chart, go ahead.
BAC is tough just because of how many average shares it trades daily. So we had, not yesterday, but on the 13th, we had about 4 million shares after hours, which is, you know, a lot, but it also trades about 51 million shares a day. Trying to decipher anything in BAC using the dark pool is a challenge.
Yeah, so the chart that I just posted, you know, that's a weekly chart. So if you look at BAC and an area that it consolidated in before making that big move up to like $55, you know, that little shaded area right there, that is what, about $34, which is not too far off from where we are now. up to $37. So about a $3 range, $3 to $3.50 range. It consolidated in that area for like a year, and that was back in 2002, 2003, and it has not been above that since, let's see, the last time we were above that range was in 2008. Since 2009 to now, so 10 years, it's been below that shaded area for 10 years. And we're getting ready, like it rejected this area like last year in February, and then didn't quite make it in there in July of 2018, August 2018. And now we're approaching it again. If we can somehow get into that shaded area and start to work our way through it, you're talking about it, an area above that box that we have not seen since 2008. So, you expect to see some action, expect to see some anticipation of that move, whether it's downside or breaking into that area and then through it. I would expect to see some action where it's sitting right now, because it's on the verge of breaking into that area that has been, when we got in it and we got through it in 2003, it made that run to like $55. So if you just look at it like any other ticker and you're looking at the chart like any other chart, you're coming up on an area that we haven't seen in 10 years. So you expect to see some action.
Okay.
I can't tell you to go long or short. I'm just saying you're coming up on an area that's been a pretty key pivot point since 1999. Actually, yeah, I mean, like the top of that $37, that was resistance in 1999, and it was resistance again in 2002. And when it finally got through it is when it broke out and it, went on a tear up to 55. So I definitely would expect to see some action in there. So hopefully that's helpful.
Appreciate your thoughts.
Now that said, I'll add to that this is a bank and it's BAC and it gets a lot of volume. So when we're talking about the dark pool prints and we're talking about flow and alerts, I'd rather see it on a name that doesn't get quite this much volume and that has more, day-to-day or week-to-week, volatility, or has some sort of, event-driven move, rather than something that has literally for 10 years just kind of clawed its way back from under $10. That's just me. I would not be playing BAC on dark pool or even flow.
Okay. Just another piece of information. The other trade room that does nothing but dark pool is suggesting that go long after it crosses 33.20 and go short if it crosses 33.20, go short if it goes below 32.50. And that was a call they made today. Just FYI.
Okay. There was a lot of activity in the XLF after hours yesterday. So, I mean, I think we can expect some moves in the financials, banking. I'm kind of with Bender there. I mean, BAC can take a lot to move it into a positive or negative territory. I mean, it just trades so much that you don't have a very large average true range.
And you can see why they're saying 3320. I mean, I can look at the chart, the longer term chart, and I see that 3320 area, being long term resistance. So I can certainly see, I mean, that's the basic support and resistance, right? Yeah, I can see that on the longer term chart. I can see those numbers. Personally, I would give it higher than 3320, but I can certainly see why they're calling out that, that line is, hey, go long over 3320. Well, yeah, you could.
Yeah,
You
and
certainly
I
could.
think, we had some dark pool activity in BAC, but I think overall it's because we had very large, and maybe they caught that, maybe they didn't, because most rooms don't catch any after hours dark pool activity, but there was 20 million shares in the XLF yesterday, so we can expect a move. Definitely got to be on watch. I would probably rather want to play GS. I think they have a better true range, for activity opposed to BAC, at least with options.
I do know there are some rooms who play BAC as a regular thing, just to get a 20 or 30 cent, maybe a 10 or 15 cent move on options. That's a real standard one that a lot of people use as a small account deal, because if you go right at the money and it makes a slight move, you can make money every day off of it, right? But it's not, it's just it's a good little scalper, if you want to. That's one of the ones on my small account list that you can kind of play with if you want to just a quick day trade.
That's a good point, for sure.
So you brought up GS, and I'm just gonna post this chart. It's very similar setup here, but I like and I'm just gonna paste this in here. So here's GS. That's the weekly. The weekly is the chart at the bottom, and you can see the area that it's entering into. The difference is GS has already entered into that shaded area, which has been a key area, right? The other difference is the range on GS right now. It's at 220. If it breaks out of this, it gets out of this shadowed, box area. You're looking at 247 resistance, up to potentially like 270. That's a huge range. So if you're somebody that likes to play, longer term swings, things like that, this is something where instead of it breaking out, or crossing over 3220 or whatever you called out, and, potentially going to 34 or something like that, you get this, it's at 220 right now. If you can get it above, if it moves above 230, you've got room up to 247, and then potentially you're looking at the highs from, last year up at like 270. Like that's huge range. Huge.
GS has gotten some dark pool activity recently, and it's extremely because they just. So it may seem smaller when you look at BAC, but GS just doesn't trade that much volume on average. So
what were those
there's rarity.
Out of curiosity, what were those dark pool levels? Where were those trades?
I posted it in main chat.
Right, oh yeah, I see it. Okay.
Yeah.
206, 214,
so
219. Yeah.
It's not much, or it doesn't seem like much, respectively, but that's the that's kind of the trade-off when you look at trying to assess dark pools. If you only looked at prints that were 1 million or more, you're missing some under the hood names, and GS is not one that gets prints very often. So when you do get prints, it definitely will catch your eye. And even if it's smaller, it's still relative because you don't see much activity there. So there's that fine line with how you assess the data. If you were only looking at Apple and it needs to print at least 100 million to really catch your eye, you know, you may be setting yourself up to only look at 100 million, or 1 million or more on the dark pool, but there are names that don't see a lot of activity that will still hit the dark pool that should catch your eye. And that's a lot of what I go through and what I mark up on my dark pool, nightly report, are not only the ones that are catching size, but also the names that don't see much activity that that could catch a move based off of finally seeing some activity, even if it's relatively small.
All right, so, and I think this is good because I just threw just a wide circle here. This is on the weekly, right? You see that wide circle that I drew there is kind of the range of the dark pool that you posted. So this is where I would watch to see how it, and I'll be honest, to me, I try not to take a bias, but it's above the 200 MA on the daily. It's above the 34 EMA on the daily. And you can see where those dark pool prints came in, and it's trading above that right now. To me, it looks like, based on everything that I'm seeing, including trend lines, you can draw in some long-term trend lines, and you can see, and I'll actually do that as well. And I'll post
that. Goldman Sachs options move like crazy. So that's a perfect one that I would buy way out of the money, really long dated, and just sit on it. Because those are the ones that even if it makes a move to the upside, you'll make 100, 200% off that option, and it doesn't even have to come near being in the money. Because that's what Goldman Sachs is. It's one of those, once it starts moving, it goes.
Exactly.
Right? And then FOMO kicks in.
Only move in the money until it makes a big move, and then everything's moving.
That's one of those ones that's perfect to play out of the money for a small account and just sit on it and wait.
So look at that trend line on the chart that I just posted. That trend line goes back to 2008.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of moves. I mean, I know I'm actually taking a class right now, so I'm regurgitating information. There's not, an original thought process here, but, a lot of the moves are going, because bonds are not going to show the same returns since there's lower interest rates. A lot of, they're looking for higher yielding companies, and we're seeing a lot of, money flow going into some of those, and they're not sexy. I mean, they're the, grannies. Jenny B, perfect for you for sure. But I mean, that's a lot of, what you're going to see is going into some of the higher yielders. So Bender, you even said that, it has a good dividend. It has a good dividend.
Yep.
That's going to be totally new to us.
Yep.
Go out of sexy software into a slow mover. I mean, but we can very well see, a whole market move based off of a transition from, growth into just value.
Absolutely. We were talking about on the stream, I think it was last night. We were talking about this AGNC. AGNC currently has an 11% yield and has gotten some recent upgrades. It's another real estate investment trust. But it's tickers like that I'm like, this thing came from, $35, is now sitting on long-term support and has an 11% dividend. when something like that, if something like that gets a dark pool print, I absolutely want to know, because it's like, I'll show you the chart on this, the weekly chart on this thing. It's crazy, and you'll look at
Okay,
this
I
and
just
go,
pulled up the
yeah,
daily. Yeah, I just pulled up the daily. But it's hard to kind of, I don't even have, like, a lot of that's not in my wheel pool. Like,
sure.
what is it? What does it do? Like, what the fuck is all this going on in agricultural crop products?
Well, this is it's a REIT, right? Yeah, and I hear you. I bought ABR a long time ago for the same reason, because it's like, oh, it's a high yield dividend real estate investment trust that probably isn't gonna move $15 in a month or something crazy like that. Some of these moves that we see, that's not gonna happen here. But if you start to see money moving into like the slower growth potential with a good dividend.
AVTR.
No, AGNC.
Okay. All right. Because AVTR is another one. Look at that one.
AVTR.
And that one had dark pool. And then there was this random options flow that was call side. And I was like, whoa.
But they just IPO'd not too long ago, right?
Yeah,
I'm looking
exactly.
At June,
so I was trying to find more information on it. And then you just kind of go, what the fuck do I do with this shit?
Yeah.
It's not, like, it's not really, we're doing this. What do we do with this? Like, where's the further growth? Where's
the concern that I have on something like an AVTR, it's a bio. I don't know anything about it. I don't know. There's not, like, this is not my area of expertise. So when you have a bio that IPO'd, let's see, how many months ago? About 7 months ago or so. I don't know what this thing's worth. I have no idea. I don't know what they do. I don't know what this, I see some news here from November 6th. There's no history
it's
here. Go ahead.
Some healthcare, they do some other stuff. It's a mixture. It's kind of some packaging. It's just rotation going into some of those things, like IP paper, really industrial. Like, I mean, we've been so conditioned to follow tech. What is that's going to be into the money going into containers and is just kind of a mind fuck to understand or to even look at further. I mean, it's just I see some of these dark pools and I go, oh, well, what is that? Like, what do they do? They're packaging. What do you do with that? And then I look a few days later and they're up.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, I guess I need to be looking at something different.
Yeah. And I think that's where, like, go ahead, Jenny B.
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to say I was thinking about this last night, and Amazon in its normal Prime Day would be at 1900 right now, right? Like, with the market all-time highs, we're seeing a shift, I think, from super expensive, high-dollar Amazon stocks down to things that are, I don't know, in my opinion, more affordable. And maybe it's a fear of buying something too expensive. Maybe it's being more cautious with things that aren't so expensive that you're not going to be hugely exposed to craziness. But I just find it funny we're at all-time highs on the SPX and the SPY, and Amazon struggling. That says a lot to me about the state of our market and what people are willing to go into.
Yeah, just specifically on the Amazon, and I'm going to bring Apple into this too. There's been just specifically on those two names, especially Amazon. I remember last year I was talking about this to somebody where people had postulated about Amazon and basically valuations and where they're at. So Amazon historically has been the company that set the benchmark for we're not making money. but keep investing in us so we can keep reinvesting your money into growth stocks and eventually, or growth stuff, and eventually we'll make money. And they did do that. So forever and ever and ever, their valuation was just insane. They were like the Tesla of the 2000s, basically. And starting last year, there started to be a sentiment shift about, now that Amazon's there, right? They're there. Okay. They make money. They're gigantic. They made it. Is the valuation still justified? Right. And if you look at the long-term chart, starting at like 2018 when we had the peak, and then in October where the markets kind of came down when we had bad Fed.
Okay, anybody that's paying attention here, I'm going to leave the audio running so you guys can listen.
They haven't fully recovered from that, and actually kind of double topped over the summer. And if you're like a Wyckoff follower, like I know that me and Mel are, you look at that and you immediately look at that and see distribution from 2018 till now. I'm not saying that it doesn't turn the corner here, because the market is absolutely on fire and it just turns the corner and just gets back on its horse. But for Amazon, I'm not fully surprised, because there were people last year calling for it to go down to 900. And of course, it's not. That's crazy. But that was a sentiment on that. And on Apple, on the other side of things, so the sentiment at about the same time on Apple has been that they're shifting from hardware to services. We keep hearing that, shifting from hardware to services, increase the multiple, because their multiple has traditionally been a hardware company multiple where they're at 12 times their earnings or whatever. And they're saying that they need to get up into like higher than that, somewhere as a hybrid, somewhere in the high teens, maybe not the 20s as for a multiple, but the high teens. And those kind of things take time. But if that was a sentiment that they put into this stock last year, that, hey, they're going to services, it's going to be, it's going to be the music, it's going to be the TV, it's going to be the news. They're going to do subscription programs for the iPhone where you just pay per month and you get the new iPhone when it comes out. The whole thing is going to be a subscription thing. They're going to do health. It's going to be wearables. There are going to be subscriptions around that. If that's what they're moving to, then we've got to adjust this multiple higher. And that means a big move in the stock price higher. But it takes a long time. It's not a move that's going to happen in a quarter or even 2 quarters. So that's why, for me, I don't touch either one of those stocks, honestly, as far as swing or scalping or anything like that. But I just want to give you some of the things that I have been seeing, at least hearing from the market, whoever they are, the market advisor guys that are on TV, the talking heads, about the sentiments on those particular 2 stocks.
Well, and I also feel like if you're smart, like I'm not in the investing world, I'm not, any kind of a guru in markets, but from a personal perspective, if I'm a business and I am thinking I want to stay in business, I don't want Amazon. Like, I'm hoping there's a shift in the mentality. I know a lot of people use Amazon Prime, yada, yada, but I'm hoping there's a shift from turning away from the big guy who's going to smash everybody and put everybody out of business, because they're already doing that. But I think it's kind of self-preservation for some of these companies. They got to be careful. I mean, at some point you got to draw the line and say, if we don't step up and try to make ourselves more appealing and have people buy us, then we're dead. They should have done that a long time ago. But I'm hoping there's a sentiment shift with investors to say, yeah, we better be careful and not put all of our money in Amazon, because that's the only game in town. I mean, that's just from a personal thought,
I don't have, I'm still I love to learn. It takes a lot to take in all of this game as it is. I mean, there is so much to learn, but with interest rates dropping, that affects the yields on bonds. And so there isn't going to be as much of a shift into bonds, because they aren't going to yield as much because there's rates dropping. So there is a shift going into yield-driven stocks, value stocks that haven't any love, because most of the sentiment has been growth, and a lot of our growth is going to be software, which we've seen has taken a huge hit. So, I mean, I have no interest
Yo,
going
what's
right
up?
now into software, with a lot of the hits that
I
it's
do.
gotten. I know
I
a lot
wish
of
you
people are
luck.
going, oh, I want it to come to this, value, but there's so much growth that has been there, and if there's a total
Yeah, agreed.
shrug off the shoulder onto growth and more into value there. So I posted a chart on
Murdered it
Noble.
today.
It's the dividend yielding aristocrats.
Yeah, today
So
was a
it's
good
the
day.
highest yielding
And I was trying to explain to people because there were people on
with
Twitch that
dividends.
were.
And you
I'm like,
kind of
this
see
is
from this
not
chart that
like
there's
I might get two
definitely
1000% gainers in the same day on two different tickers, and
interest
it
going
almost happened. I
into
was hoping for it. It
value
didn't quite
names
happen, but
that actually produce dividends
yeah, it was pretty
and
cool.
yields because
That
aren't going to get the
AMRN.
same
Yep.
produce these yields. And that's a
Yeah.
some information I've
Yep.
gotten along the way. This is not
And it ended the
original thought.
day
I wish I
like
had it, but I don't.
the options
No, I
if you
mean, it
held
makes
them all
much
day,
sense when you think
they
about that,
they were
because if
just
you think
barely in
about,
the
I mean,
money.
we're talking now.
But
This is even
at
beyond
one
swing
point,
trading.
like
We're talking about
they were
like
up
stuff
about
like
900%. I was like,
$2
come on, like
euro. But
give me
if
two
you're talking
1000%,
about
and
like the
it
bull
didn't
run
quite
that
happen.
we've
But I
had,
did get
since the Great Recession,
1000%
it
and like
makes a lot of
800%,
sense.
and then
If
yeah,
the
like first
strategic
thing this
managers for big
morning,
money
within 2
are
hours, we
thinking,
had
well,
3 of them
at
that went
some
over
point,
100%.
the yield curve inverted, which is like 9 times out of 10
Uh-huh.
we're going to have a recession sometime in the next year or
Yeah.
two.
Oh, dude,
Even though nobody's
like
saying
go
it's
look at
going to
my. I
happen
think I
next year.
made. Let's see,
We all know what
1,
happens when nobody says
2,
something's going to
3,
happen.
4,
It
5,
makes sense that if
6
you
plays
think
today.
you're in the far end of a bull run, and at some point in the next 5 years we're going to have some huge pullback, that you would get into these value dividend plays right here, even as the market is going to all-time highs, right? Because you still want that safety, and these things are still going to go up, and they're still going to pay you the dividend. You've had all those other years to get into the really risky stuff and to make all those returns on all the, FANG and the cloud and all that stuff. But I mean, I guess if you're playing it the safe way and you still want to make money, more money than you would make in those low return bonds, I guess it kind of makes sense, really.
Yep.
Well, and you don't have that many eyes. You are still.
Oh, certainly.
expecting.
I mean,
everybody.
I probably
every day
had
through this chat
10
is
plays
like,
today that I called
"Is
out on
this a good
Twitch,
time to
but
pick
there
up
was a couple of
Twilio?"
them that
They're
they
not
move so
saying, "Is
fast
this
that
a good time to
there's
pick
no
up?"
way I can put that in my room. But I had 6 plays in my room today.
Right.
And that's, I think, is a mistake. I think part of that is a mistake. And look at MO. MO's a perfect example. I mean, Juul
Nice.
any other stock would be down to, 10 or 12 bucks, but they have an amazing dividend. And people are going to buy it. They don't care about the news. They don't care whether or not their Juul's being pulled off of the shelf. They don't care.
Well, I
whether people
decided
are
I'm not going
buying
to charge
or
you for the
vaping.
website. You're
They
just
want
going to buy me
dividend,
drinks when I come
period.
visit.
And it's a locked-in dividend, so they're sticking with it.
Yeah, I mean, look at URI, United.
I don't know if you want to get into
I mean,
that.
and we've seen options flow there. It's just
No,
hard for
I
it to
appreciate all the
catch
help
your
and support that
eye
you've given me. So
because you're
I
looking
think
for
we're good.
Twilio, or you're looking for Now or Smar or whatever, the names that you are familiar with that are kind of drifting away, and it's a different shift. And that's where they're making some hella gains because everybody is still expecting money to go back into software at some point. Once there's a pullback, and it's going into, some other sectors, and we're just not paying attention.
Yeah, AT&T deal, that was another surprise when Elliott came in there. Actually, I was thinking about that today. They're probably just going to keep on moving.
Yeah, you've got a shift. It's hard because I'm just not as familiar around, and I think that's most people. You're just not as familiar with the background of the story and what's there. You want to look to Twilio to rebound.
Quick money, And we're all guilty of that. I mean, we wouldn't probably be here if we didn't want to, right? I mean, a lot of us have 401ks. I know Tech talked about it pretty extensively a few days ago about how best thing he did was starting his 401k when he was very young. But as far as traders go, it's hard. Like I said, I like to think about this stuff. I like to, but I don't know, my day-to-day trading or even my, week-to-week swing trading, it's something that I need to keep in mind. But, I guess it's one of those things where it's interesting to think about and it keeps your mind agile to the investing world, which maybe in some way can help you on your shorter term stuff. But I definitely agree that, you kind of think about these things and somebody's sort of like, well, you have to be able to separate your time horizons, whether you're scalping, whether you're swinging, or whether you're thinking about your 401k, into completely different parts of your brain. And I mean, I guess it's the most difficult thing for the moderators to do in a room like this, for Black Box, is to be able to do that, because you've got to shift from having a conversation like this, which is this long strategic, where are things going, where are sectors going, how do we trade, Bender's talking about charts and his setups, to like somebody comes on and says, hey, what do you think about Okta? Like today for a 1 hour or something. It's kind of
You're right. I mean, that is difficult because there's some, rotation occurring, and we're at all-time highs. And part of the reason we are at all-time highs is because money is going into some underbelly stuff that people aren't looking at, and it's hard because you don't have that stuff on your watch list. You don't have plastic package companies on your watch list over Now, Smar, Okta. Like you got software.
Yeah, actually, no, it's funny. I was going to mention that. You talked about plastic packaging and not having. So I actually have been, I know you're going to think it's crazy. I've been trying to short Berry Plastics forever, BERY. And if you look, because they're plastics and people hate plastics, so we're moving away from plastics. If you look at that BERY chart, I am so horrible at shorting things. And that chart is a perfect example. Why? Because it's like, you either get in at the right time on that, and you kind of hold through the badness, and then you make a lot of money, or you get in at the wrong time and you get your face absolutely ripped off. Because
I don't know. It's been hard. It's because I and stuff. It doesn't, you don't ever know what's going to move, and a lot of you just don't know. But like IP, International Paper Company, look at that one. What a move. I mean, you just
straight up. Yeah, Mel, I feel you. I don't know how you can expect moves like that either, and stuff like IP or URI. URI is one I was trying to catch. You just could never catch it. I mean, you don't expect URI to make a move that hard.
I used to work for Barry. That was a crap hole place.
Awesome.
They can't keep people there. They go through people left and right.
Yeah, they've lost a ton of value on their stock. I mean, you could say, look, the stock was at almost 60 in May, and today it trades at 41.38. And they had a huge earnings drop, which I don't play earnings, so like you can't catch that. But if you look at the earnings drop in July on BERY on Berry, see, you can't catch that. It's so frustrating because you didn't play the earnings, probably because you're waiting to see what happens, but it dumped hard on earnings. And you're like, well, let me wait for a spike up and then let it settle out from earnings, let it recover a little bit, and then I'll try and short it there. But look at what it does. It absolutely just falls through the floor, and you're never going to catch that. It's incredibly frustrating. And then it gets towards the bottom, and you try to short it, and then a dead cat bounces up, and you just get your face ripped off.
Yeah, Barry was the first job I had when I got laid off from the coal mine. And I transferred my entire 401k into Barry shares. They were $21 a share. When I left in 2016 or 2015, the end of 15, I think it was 16, they were $65 a share. And then after that, they just went downhill from there.
Yeah.
I think they lost a McDonald's contract too, which cost them a lot of money because they used to make all the McDonald's cups.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and long term, since there's, plastics, there's so much hatred for them. I don't see where they're not very diversified as far as I know. And I just don't see them being able to regain the type of business that they had, just because there's so many companies looking for alternative sources of packaging that are more friendly towards the environment.
The company I work for now does metal containers and plastic containers, but most of our money's done by metal containers for lids.
Yeah, I've been trying to get into Ball Corporation. I think it's BLL, but their earnings went bad, so I haven't looked at it since then. But I kind of wanted to get into that for a longer term swing because they're trying to do one of the products that they're trying to come out with is they're trying to basically replace plastic solo cups with aluminum, like very thin aluminum solo cups is what they're trying to do. And people are saying that might be something that could catch on. I haven't seen it catch on yet. It's very new, but this has done much.
Yeah, the company I work for now, their ticker's SLGN for Silicon Holdings. They do metal lids like pickle jars, jam jars, and they also do plastic lids too.
Oh,
So
thank you for that. I am adding that to my packaging list.
They just did a big jump as of last year. They were like $21 a share, and now they're 30.
Oh, they're in a nice spot on the chart too. If they can break above this, they're going to go pretty much break out all-time highs. Their all-time highs were in 17. They're not far from that. If they can make it up above that, they got good momentum. They're pretty much in blue sky territory after that.
Well, just in the year time, they were a $2.2 billion company when I started working for them. I think as of last week, what they were telling us, they're almost a $3.5 billion company now.
Really? Wow. I feel like that's got to be reflected in the stock price at some point.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Their market cap right now is $3.43 billion.
Okay.
Last October, it was $2.5 billion.
All right, all sorry. That was quick phone call from Charlie. Not that quick, but quick call from Charlie. And I got another call I got to take.
All-time highs happened in 2017. You would think,
but hopefully you're still listening to what's going on Black Box.
Should be coming up through that all-time high here in the next couple quarters. that, but it's just
If
that.
you could focus a little more on your job instead of on your trading.
No, yeah, no, it had nothing to
I'm
do
just
with
messing
that.
with you.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It had nothing to do with that though. I was just really fortunate at that job to be able to do both.
The
It's a
struggle
lot.
is
It
real with
really
that
is.
now. The struggle is real.
I know, Jenny B. You're fucking kick ass. Oh my god, you're UNH. What would that have been if you held it?
Oh my gosh. Another
You were so roboto,
killer.
but I could hear it in your voice. You're robotic.
Imagine what Jenny B could do if she could actually access chart, because she has to trade directly from her phone at work.
I know, she's a badass.
Wait, are you for real?
Oh, I had
Jenny B, you
trading.
trade?
I was dangerous.
Jenny, you are total robotic.
Yeah, she told me a story one time. She was trying to log into Thinkorswim, and somehow the IT people said there was a lot of data usage being done, so she has to use her phone.
Are you kidding me?
But she works
No,
for a law firm.
Jenny works full time at a law office, so she's the little badass.
Yep. But yeah, that UNH today, that UNH would have been sick. I got in and I kept seeing it was going to break, and I was like, nah. I'm trying to show an example for the small accounts. Take your game.
Hey, Bender. How are you? I'm doing great. Hey, I haven't gotten to know you yet, but I've been watching your work from a distance. I just tell you that I think you're a class act. Okay, we haven't traded together, we haven't worked together, but I just love your approach.